Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to Online Darts. And here we go. Players Championship 25 is upon us. How is everyone on this wonderful, wonderful Wednesday? I hope everyone is good and ready to rock and roll. First one in the chat room, of course, was Anthony. Good morning in Texas to you. Hendy, thank you very much for joining the VIP club, mate. Massively appreciate it. And you'll be all pleased to know, pick the keys up to the office this morning. So fingers crossed we will be in after the World Grand Prix. How we doing, Mark? Hope you are good. Glenn, good morning, buddy. Q Phil, you know how we doing. Kevin Raymond is in. Nice little win on WrestleMania yesterday. Good stuff, Ryan. Good afternoon, Mark. What a belting day we had yesterday. Thank you very, very much for everyone who joined in and the party was started. That is for sure. Gary Anderson looking $1 million yesterday. It was nothing short of sensational from the Flying Scotsman. Wessel Nyman picked up his first senior title, and we do it all again today. 128 players, only one will walk away with the title of Players Championship 25. Good days for Rob Cross and Nathan Aspinall, making up ground in their race for Minehead as well. So it's all good. It's all good. How are we doing, Renita? Hope you are good. Look, we're underway already. Christ, they're not hanging around in today. Let's. Oh. Turn that one off. There we go for that one. Right, let's just check the streaming boards. Johnny, Damon, Rob, and Luke Humphreys. Luke Humphreys played well yesterday. He just ran into Gary, absolutely flying. We're not going to go as that is streamed. So let's go for, out of the non-stream games, right, choice is yours, chat room. We are going to go with either Chris Dobie against Nathan Rafferty, Gary Anderson against James Hurrell, or Luke Littler against Vincent van der Voort. And on that note, he is up first. So while you're choosing, we are going to launch the nuke. Littler. It looks as if the nuke has won the vote. So, also, I'm not going to reveal too much yet, but we may have a special guest on later for half an hour or so. And when I say special, it's not Gob. Right, back into the chat room. How are we doing, Hendy? I'm good, mate. Thank you very much, Glenn. More importantly, he came back. Wonder. Like that, Glenn. Like that. Afternoon, Jerry. Huey is in. How we doing, Daz? How we doing, David? Hope you are good, mate. Antoinette is in. Hope you are good. Yeah, we're Stuart. I will make a Gary one next. That is my promise. The next we will have a Gary one. But what are we calling it? Because we have the Barney alarm. We have the nuke launch. What are we calling the Ando one? Good afternoon, Andrew. Hope you are good. James Hurrell has taken the opener against Gary Anderson. Rafferty 1-0 up on Dobie. Danny Noppert levels it up with Andy Bartons. Jeffrey de Graaf takes the opener against Luke Humphreys. Damon Hetta and Johnny Clayton both 1-0. How are you doing, Daryl? It's not Emma. I'll drop her a message and see if she's available, but she's probably a little bit too busy. I'll tell you what. I need That's better. Now we can see them now. Right, where were we? How are we doing, Bob? Hope you're good. Good to have you in. The Ando alert. The Dream Boy drill. Teresa, we will make a Flying Scotsman video. It won't be ready for tomorrow's stream because literally as soon as we're done here, I've got a 4.5 hour drive to York. But for the next block of Pro Tours, we will have a Gary Anderson one. You should make a monk alarm when he walks. Hollywood, Chris Dobie and Cameron Menzies are back in, Tony. Other than that, it's as you were. Gezzy's not playing. He is on holiday in the Canary Islands. Ian White 3-0 up on Ryan Searle. And Vincent van der Voort levels up 1-1 with Luke Littler. Luke Humphreys levels it up as well. Jan van Veen 2-1 up on Danny Jansen. Of course, Gary Anderson levels it up. So, yeah, looking forward to the special guest arriving later on. I think you'll all be pleased. Early predictions for today. Look, I think seeing the Pro Tour is very, very unpredictable. But look, it's hard to look past. I think Gary will have another good day. I fancy Rob Cross to have a good day today. I was going to say Josh Rock, but he's 3-1 down. Damon Hetta, look. Yeah, Mark. How we doing, Scam? Hope you are good, mate. I'm in 2 days in a row. I wouldn't rule it out. Humphreys died early with his sagging shoulders and bowed head. Look, that's something Luke's always done. So I don't read too much into that. Chizzy 3-0 to the good. Look, if Gary can keep those averages again today, Bob, we're in for a treat because he was just sensational yesterday. Based on the draw, 25-1 Bunting, corner of the best. Yeah, he played well yesterday, Bunty, as well. Any idea why the seed swap when they play on the Pro Tour higher seeds? So, it was just, I think this was last year. This happened, that the seed on the board, they alternate when they play. Otherwise, they're always hanging around. So I think it's been like that for a couple of. I think last year that come in the swapping around of the seeds when they play. Like that, Glenn. Like that. Heta or Aspinall. Yeah, it is a tricky draw. Remember, everyone, as well, we've dropped the Phil Taylor interview on our channel, so go and check that out at some point today. Ryan Searle, back-to-back legs, back within one of Ian White. Luke Littler, 3-1 up on Vincent Van der Voort, averaging over 106. Robert Owen, 4-1 up on Josh Rock. James Hurrell levels it up with Gary Anderson. How are we doing, Chris? It was a bad day at the office. Plenty of good darts content about at the moment. Like you say, we've got some belters on our channel. Wayne Mardle dropped the latest 501 Club with Fallon Sherrick. Very good listen as well. So check that out. Cheers, Darryl. Thank you very much. Yeah, look, it was good speaking to Phil. Jeffrey de Graaf, 3-1 up on Luke Humphreys. Bob Christobi is playing. He's 3-1 up on Rafferty. Cameron Menzies also came back in today as well. I'm not sure who dropped out. It would have been one of the fillers. How are we doing, John from Pittsburgh? I want to say Pennsylvania, am I right? Vincent is throwing some good numbers here, but he's messed that up. But Luke Littler's miscounted. Great insight then of you. Thank you very much. All boxed up there. Cheers, John. I thought I was right. Greetings from Poland. Very nice to have you in. What part of Poland? I've only been to a couple of places, but lovely country. How difficult is it to interview? It's something that, look, when I first did it, I actually went back. It might have been early on this year, and listened to the very first interview that I ever did. And I'm not going to lie, it was absolutely cringeworthy. But look, it's something you develop, you get used to. When will Super Ted get his car? Oh yeah, he's got a chance. Warsaw. That's when we went there last year, Mike, for the World Series event. Absolutely beautiful city. Loved every minute of it there. Greetings from the Portway Industrial Estate. What a place, Scamp. Oof. You know he's going to go for the ball here as well. Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much. The first person I interviewed. Do you mean the very first, or the first one that ever made it in public? the very first interview I ever did was the very first one I ever did. I was just thinking back. Wasn't a video interview, so it was okay. Was Glenn Durrant at Selsey? The very first one, Damon Heta has served the bagel on Josh Payne. The very first video one that I ever did was at the Masters 2000. I want to say 17. And it was Barney. Was the very first one that I ever did. Josh Rock is back within one. Danny Noppert on the hill against Andy Bartons. Watched the David Evans interview yesterday. He mentioned how horrible challenge to look, it is very, very tough. And I've said this for a long time. The challenge tour, for me, isn't the best players. It's the battle of the fittest. Is Gob refereeing the scenes this weekend? Not that I know of. Gone Luke Humphreys, Adam. Phil, you're pronouncing your R's like a Scotsman. I don't know. I don't know if I have or not. I don't think so. Superb checkouts from the Heat Juanita. Superb. Any interviews that stick out where players was feisty for whatever reason? You know, there's a few. Not look. Everyone knows that James and I have an interesting relationship when it comes to interviews. I've seen some very prickly ones, not at me, but some of the bigger press conferences where we get journalists in from around the world and perhaps people that don't know darts. I've seen some really prickly ones. I saw Phil Taylor walk out of one before. This is going back a while. So, watching the Euro Tour, how do I kind of mind? I forgot to know. Thought I didn't know how to watch you guys. Called it the Noble. Oh, I love that. I love that, Teresa. Explaining the Noble to the wider world. Cousin Clyde from Germany. Good to have you, mate. What part of Germany are you from? How are we doing, Sean? How to become a member? So on the homepage of the YouTube channel, I think it's only on desktop. I might be wrong, unless I haven't seen it on mobile. There's a bit that says join, and there's some options there, mate. Worst question ever. I have to read it. That's up there, Chris, and that was surprising as well because that was from a really experienced and a very reputable journalist, someone that I enjoy reading his stuff as well. So that was quite that was surprising. There was also one. Remember, I think was it 2019? Danny Noppert seals the win against Andy Bartons. When Gary Anderson had his real bad back issue at the World Championships, and he subsequently pulled out the Masters in the Premier League. Think it was it 2018 or 19? One of them. Not this. Bear in mind, I get on really well with Josh Green from Tungsten Tales, so it wasn't Josh. But Gary Anderson has won with another ton-topping average. Jeffrey de Graaf has beaten Luke Humphreys. The guy that was doing Tungsten Tales at the time, I think his name was Matt. Can't remember his surname. And we could all see that Gary was in absolute agony with his back and everything like that. And there had been a couple of questions on it in the press conference, and this guy was towards the end. So he was like, "So Gary, is your back really that bad?" type thing, and it was just like, "Oh wow." And yeah, Gary wasn't too pleased, shall we say? But yeah, the one that from Jonathan, the one from Jonathan Liu towards Luke Humphreys, again, because Jonathan is an incredible journalist. Good evening, Dave. Hope you are good. How are we doing, Don? Pleased to have you in. Yeah, nightmare for Luke on the outer ring. How are we doing, Pete? I'm very good, thank you. Good stuff, Sean. Good stuff. Good morning from South America. Love that, Samuel. What's darts like in Colombia? Let us know. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's one that stuck out, Chris. Chris Dobie and Dave Chisnell both off and running. Yeah, look, Vincent's making a game of this. Ross Smith has lost early. Gary's averaging over a ton again, I know. Luke Littler pins the 108. But look, Vincent's put a good account of himself up there. He can take a lot from that. Some of the things that we've had to... I'm not going to name them because it's not fair. But some of the things that we've cut out of interviews as well has been interesting. No, Jane. The only ones that have entered or are back in today is Chris Dobie and Cameron Menzies. But the big surprise, the world champion, the world number one, has gone in round one, as has Ross Smith. They're the two big surprises, I would say. Some great games warming up. Nick Kenny has taken the opener against Keane Barry. And Ian White has beaten Ryan Searle. It's another big name departs in round one. Right, I think. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Luke doesn't play tomorrow. Would one be to swear? Look, the thing is that we bleep the swear words or cut them out for the players, so they don't get fined. Yeah, I know it's a stream game, but I do like this game. There's not one really jumping off the page at the minute. So let's have a bit of Aspinall and Dom Taylor, because Dom Taylor must have gone back to his hotel room last night and thought, what the blooming hell did I deserve that? Because he threw the kitchen sink at Gary Anderson. Nick, hello, how are we doing? Let's have a look. I can't remember. Let's see if... Dom Taylor was superb yesterday. I agree. Ricardo Pietrescu has won on board 10, a 6-3 winner over Richard Veenstra. I wouldn't say near, Jerry. What they'll do is they'll go down the challenge tour order of merit and they'll ask the relevant people, and they'll just keep going down until someone says, yes, they can get there. I remember, was it not last year, the year before, there was a Pro Tour in Germany. Stephen Bunting has won 6-4. There was a challenge tour at the weekend, and the Pro Tour was afterwards. And I can't remember who it was, but someone pulled out late that morning. And Fallon Sherrick was there. She played on the challenge tour, and she was there with Cammy. And I remember Dart social media kicking off, oh, the PDC have only put her in because of this, because it's Fallon. Why haven't they asked? Blah, 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 blah. And fair play to Scott Mitchell. He came on social media and went, look, I was above Fallon. I was asked. But because people were either travelling home or already gone home, it just got down to Fallon. And it was like people were losing their shit that the PDC just thought they'd put her in. Yes, I remember when Jim had to do that as well. What's your opinion on Joe Cullen's form? Look, Joe will come out. Joe will come out the other side. No doubt, he's too good a player not to. Who do you think will have a surprising run at the World? Someone not. Samuel, that's a tough one to answer now, because for that I always like to look at the draw, because it's interesting to see. Look, every year, every World Championships I can ever remember, one of the 4 quarters will always open up for someone. It does every year. So I'd want to see where people were. Now, Dom Taylor is 2-1 up on Nathan Aspinall. Dom Taylor uses those very slimline Phil Taylor-esque flights. Darren Beveridge levels it up with Danny Lowerby. That one's 1 apiece. But yeah, I watched it. Anyone that hasn't seen the Fallon interview with Wayne on Club 501, very, very good. It's all, yeah, maybe a little bit, David, yeah. Yeah, the World's draw is done literally the Monday after Minehead. Gary's form is unbelievable. Yeah, look, I still think Gary wins a major this year. And I hope it's the Grand Slam, because that's the one he wants more than anything. There's a very good line that we use on here, and we stole it from somewhere else. And it is the truest saying in the world. Fairy tales only happen in sport. And it would be a fairy tale if Gary Anderson could add the Grand Slam to what has been a glittering career. Ben, we spoke about this on the live lounge, that it depends how we're doing Mount Rushmore of darts. If it's just players, I think so. But if we're doing a Mount Rushmore of darts, I had two non-players on my Mount Rushmore. So Gary fell in love with the Slam when he was a BDO player in it. So he's played as a PDC player and a BDO representative. So that's how. Not as good as he should have, Daniel. That you look at his Lakeside record, it wasn't good. There was a couple of sparkling performances within the BDO. He won the World Trophy, the International Darts League, and the Finder Masters. Best was a semi-final at the World Championships. It was either a semi or a quarter at the World Masters as well. But no, it wasn't as good as what it should have been. But back then he was very nervous, and if they ever drain that lake at Lakeside, there will be some very rare, and if they're still intact, Dream Boy darts at the bottom of it. So yeah, Gary went over in 2009, and I don't think there was tour cards. I'm not sure the tour cards had come in 2009. Yeah, I agree that I think the Grand Slam needs reinventing. Don't know what you're on about, Glenn. Ratajski levels it up against Matty Dennant. Keane Barry's in front against Nick Kenny. Matt Campbell 3-0 up on Lee Cox. Prediction for the next first time PDC major winner. Oh, right. So first time, I am going to go for either Josh Rock or Wessel Nyman. 2010, yeah. I can remember it was 2010 or 2011. So yeah, Gary went over before the tour cards were a thing. Yeah, Ryan, it is complicated. Kim Hybrex is a 6-0 winner. That's a big result for the Hurricane as he hunts for a World Championship spot. Yeah, look, there'll be hundreds of sets of darts in that lake. And if you can get a rare set of Dream Boys, they'll be worth a pretty penny. There was some video on YouTube when the free season's over and Gary's done. Oh, I like that. Aspinall 4-2 up. He's averaging a ton again. This is very good from the Asp. Darryl Pilgrim 3-1 up on Steve Lennon. What match do you think looks the best in round 1 of the Grand Prix? I like Cross Littler. What else do I like? Van Veen Ross Smith. Aspinall Searle. Smith Anderson. So many good games, isn't there? Oh, yeah, we don't mention the Dream Boy era. Owen Bates 2-0 up on Rhys Griffin. Look, Cammy's been playing exceedingly well, the same as Wessel Nyman, and Wessel Nyman did it, so no reason why Cameron Menzies can't either. Could you imagine the scenes if he forgot it was double start? Like, he wouldn't be the first or the last. Danny Lauby is in front against Darren Beveridge. Good game, both mid-90s averages. Matt Campbell 4-1 up as well. Jack, not anytime soon, no. Ratajski 1 away from victory. No, I think Simon's settled in the UK now. I don't see him going back. Yeah, Luke beat Vincent 6-4. Nick Kenny in a last leg decider, the noble between himself and Keane Barry. Clivenhoven 3-2 up on King, and Dom Taylor has levelled it up with Nathan Aspinall. Roy Knops 4-2 up on Stefan Belmont. Beveridge levels it up with Lauby. And Lennon back-to-back legs as he goes 3-all with Mr. P, Daryl Pilgrim. Yeah, I think I can't remember. My apologies. I know someone put it in the chat room yesterday. Might have been James, but his Gary's seasonal averages, I think, is 106. Ridiculous. Keane Barry has beaten Nick Kenny 105 average for Dynamite TNT. Rhys Griffin is back level with the Master. Matty Denon not done yet, making Ratajski work. Jeffrey Dejois 1 away from beating Simon Whitlock. Worrying times for the Wizard. Is his tour card about to evaporate? Merv King levels it up with Clivenhoven. Beveridge in front against Lauby. Remember, everyone, if you haven't, drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. Lee Cox is coming back into this game against the Ginger Ninja as well. I'm good. Cheers, camera mate. Thank you very much. Hope you are well. But they both are playing Daniel, yes. Owen Bates back in front against Griffin. Beaumont plugging away against Knops, but still trails. Keegan Brown back within one of Brett Clay, and Matt Dennett, the comeback is still on. Skimming the ceiling. I love that. Love that, Scott. Yeah, Luke has won his first game. Beat Vincent van der Voort 6-4. And Lee Cox has levelled it up. Games that are just poised here. Dom Taylor, could he take out a roof raiser to beat Aspinall? He can't. So Nathan Aspinall looking at 68 to send us to a noble in this one. Rob Grundy has just beaten Happy Feet Justin Hood 6-1. Darryl Pilgrim won away from victory over Steve Lennon. William O'Connor flourishing against Florian Hempel. Merv King has turned his game around on board 13 to lead 4-3. Aspinall has gone round the houses. That may be it. And it is. Dom Taylor pins the 82 to knock out Nathan Aspinall. Asps averaged 102.46. Oh. In all the excitement, we almost missed it. Almost. But we got there. Right. That's on stream board number 1. Barney against Kist. Oh, that's got to be streamed, surely. Yeah, thought so. Let's go and catch the end of William O'Connor and Florian Hempel. Yeah, honestly, Daniel, it is mind blowing that say that they're in there from 8, 9 in the morning. Which the Grand Prix stayed. Yeah, I love coming to the Emerald Isle as well. How good would it be? The El Clasico. I don't think we can do it. They're in the same half of the draw. Think we can get an El Clasico semi-final? Florian Hempel levels it up. with William O'Connor. Both of these have played some good stuff recently. Matty Dennant got it back to 5 apiece, but Ratajski holds his nerve in the decider. He edges the Noble. Spencer Sudovic, Cameron Menzies warming up, as is Alan Suter, Benjamin Drew Royce. Suter had a bit of a mare yesterday. Oh, yeah, it would be great, wouldn't it? Keegan Brown back within 1, but Claydon still on top in that one. Reese Griffin, Owen Bates, 4 apiece. Nothing between them in this one. Merv King, we said he had a good day yesterday and was etching towards Minehead in the World Championships. What a recovery it would be if Mervyn King could do the impossible. No, 2 Lukes on the same half as well. The odds on Harry Monk walking off today. He completed 2 games yesterday. We're in record-breaking territory. Yeah, I think so. I think Gary will win on TV. Robbie Knops beats Stefan Belmont 6-4. Matt Edgar did a video about the slowest players he ever saw. It was Keegan Brown, Bowers Craig at the Swedish Open, 53 minutes. Well, that's not. Yeah, what's his name? Liam Manuel Lawrenson wasn't far off that. Ryan Joyce 1-0 up on Wesley Placia. Yep, Bobby. Cross. Well, he had work to do. But he is now in 63rd spot for Minehead. Jimmy Van Schie is 1-0 up on Wessel Nyman. I thought that was streamed. Or is my stream frozen? Now that should be on board 4. Yeah, there it is. I love watching the Nuke play, but him getting knocked out. Love that. Whereabouts in Australia are you? I know we have a great number of people join us from the Oceanic region. We massively appreciate all of our followers all around the world. Raymond Van Barneveld 2-1 up on Christian Kist. Aaron Monk takes the opener against Richie Edhouse. Edhouse has had a bit of a stinker in the first leg. Wessel Nyman does level it up against Jimmy Van Schie. Just outside Adelaide. Nice. I love the Adelaide Oval cricket ground. Is it still got the like the banks you can sit on one side, because I think that was a just such a good feature to have. I can imagine you. Love that, Scamp. Love that. Reese Griffin has sent the Owen Bates game to a noble 5 piece. Alan Suter 1-0 up on Benjamin Drew Royce. Keegan Brown has turned it around. He's in a decider with Brett Claydon. I'm next door in Perth. Yep, we love you, Anita, as well. But Brett Claydon has beaten Keegan Brown in that last leg decider 6-5 to Claydon. Florian Hempel has missed match darts, and William O'Connor, the Magpie, steps into complete victory. Right, that's stream. That's on the stream. Let's go for a bit of Monk and Ed House. We'll see if we get a walkover as Ed House levels it up against Monk 1-0. My son is playing in the one from Hungary next month. I hope he goes well, Jerry. Hope he goes well. Yeah, they kept the grass banks. Love they kept. That's superb, mate. That was always one of the features that I loved about the Adelaide Oval was the banks. Yeah, Mad House against Mad Monk. Mad all round. Alan Suter 2-0 up on Benjamin Drew Royce. Brendan Dolan has taken the opener against Jamie Atkins. Brendan needs to find something, not in the best of form right now. The history maker, Kist, has turned it around. He leads Barneveld. Jimmy Van Schie is 3-1 up on yesterday's winner, Wessel Nyman. Van Schie averaging a shade under a ton. Good stuff from him. Wessel has work to do. Owen Bates has beaten Reese Griffin 6-5 in the Noble. Mentor Sudovic has taken the opener against Cameron Menzies. This is better from Suits today. He was disappointing yesterday. Looks like he went back to his hotel and had a word with himself. It's averaging 112 right now. Atkins levels up against Dolan. Ryan Joyce, 4-1 up on Placia. Monk levels with Madhouse. Jermaine Watermina, 1-0 up on Kevin Dutz.
Sorry for you to sign, Willie.
Joe Cullen levels up with Owen Rolofs. Menzies levels up with Sulovic. Drew Royce has one back. Anyone think we'll see a 9 darter at the Grand Prix? No. I hope so, but no. Some early scores. Let's run you through everything that has happened so far. Dave Chisnell, a 6-2 winner. Brett Claydon, a 6-5 winner over Keegan Brown. Johnny Clayton demolishes Jose de Souza, 6-1. Keen Barry, 105 average and a 6-5 win over Nick Kenny. Robert Owen sees off Josh Rock, 6-5. Ratajski beats Dennett by the same score. Gary Anderson averages a ton. Of course he does, in beating James Hurrell, 6-2. Robbie Knopp, 6-4 winner over Stefan Belmont. Ian White beat Ryan Searle. The number 4 seed is at Matt Campbell. Got the better of Lee Cox. That one twisted one way, then the next. Rob Cross battered Yellow Klassen 6-1. The number 13 seed is now into a provisional spot at Minehead. Lucas Vennick beat Gert Nenches 6-2. The Bullet, yesterday's finalist Stephen Bunting, is off and running over Danny Van Tripe. Jamie Hughes, a 6-3 winner over the Cube. Rennie Idams. Jan van Veen beat his countryman Danny Jansen 6-3. Kim Hybrecht served the bagel on Dylan Slevin, the Irishman fighting to keep his tour card. Mike De Decker, the number 21 seed, beats Jules Van Dongen 6-1. Boy Wonder, the number 2 seed, Luke Littler beat Vincent van der Voort 6-4. Mr. P, Daryl Bilgrim, sees off Steve Lennon on board number 9. Ricardo Pietretscu beats Vinstra 6-3. Ice Cold Darren Beveridge, a 6-4 winner over Danny Lelby. Hollywood Chris Dobie returned after having yesterday off, a 6-4 winner over Nathan Rafferty. William O'Connor, last leg decider win over Florian Hempel. Hempel missing match darts in that deciding leg. Jeffrey de Graaf has caused the biggest upset of the day, beating the world champion and world number 1 Luke Humphreys 6-3. Rob Grundy, a 6-1 winner over Justin Hood. Tim Warts has beaten Ross Smith 6-3. Another upset. The number 3 seed is out in round 1. Mervyn King continues his great vein of form, recently beating Mike Hyvenhoven 6-4. Super Chin, Daryl Gurney, a 6-3 winner over Martin Drat. The Master, Owen Bates, a 6-5 winner over Reese Griffin. Damon Hetter served a bagel on Josh Payne. Dom Taylor beat Nathan Aspinall 6-4 in a great game. The Asp averaging 102, but wasn't enough. Danny Noppert averages 108.38 to beat the Beast Andy Bartons, and Jeffrey Dejuan piles more misery on Simon Whitlock in a 6-2 victory. And that's how you do a run through, everyone. Cameron Menzies, 2-1 up on Mensur Sulovic. Benjamin Drew Royce, 3-all with Alan Suter. Suter led 3-0, but the Dane is back in this one. Barney still fighting, but Christian Kist is on the cusp. Owen Roloff levels it up with Joe Cullen. Wessel Nyman, yesterday's winner, still trails. Jimmy Van Schie, 5-3. Let's try horse racing. And Brett, yeah, it's one of those ones. When you get on a row, you just keep going. Cheers, Juanita. Can you repeat that again? Andrew Gilding 2-2 with Ryan Meikle. Yitzi ran the wall 2-1 down to Madas Razma. Dirk Van Dyvenberg 1-0 up on Christian Perez. Ricky Evans takes the opener against Michael Smith. Brendan Dolan is in front against Jamie Atkins on stream board number 2. Jimmy Van Schie is going to get match starts here on his own throw. Has 80 with Wessel Nyman on 105. $80 for Van Schie to beat yesterday's winner. And the big Dutchman goes through, beats Wessel Nyman. How you doing, Malik? I hope you are good. Yeah, maybe not a wise choice. Has the guest been in while I'm away? No, not yet. He will be logging on at some point. Don't know an exact time. Barney levels it up. He's going to a Noble against Kist. He did. Lost to Jeffrey DeGraff. Benjamin Drew Royce has completely turned this one around. Alan Suter was 3-0 up, averaging about 112, and has now lost 5 legs on the spin. Raymond van Barneveld has beaten Christian Kist. Barney was in a world of trouble. He's only averaged 88. It's not vintage, but gets the job done. James Nyman's just lost to Van Schie, mate. Jimmy Van Schie played really, really well. What bonuses do you get with your press pass at events? Not really any bonuses, mate. We just get to we just get media access. No, nothing like that, mate. There's a coffee. There's a tea and coffee urn and some biscuits. Yeah, 100%. I think Van Ski would be a great addition to the tour. Cameron Menzies 5-1 up on Mensur Suljovic. Michael Smith, 3 legs on the spin from 1-0 down, has turned this one around. And Benjamin Drew Royce has won 6 legs without reply to beat Alan Suter. Suits was 3-0 up. Gabriel Clements 3-2 up on Callum Goffin. How are we doing, Rob? Hope you are good. How are we doing, Mr. Toe? Hope you are good. Christian Perez has a leg back against Dirk van Duivenbode. Joe Cullen 3-0 with Owen Roloffs. Yeah, look, the beginning of the year during the Premier League, he skipped an awful lot. Stephen Burton is a leg away from beating Luke Woodhouse. I missed who won that one. Let's... Richie Edhouse beats Aaron Monk 6-3. Oh, I tell you what, we have got the dream game on board number 1. And I know Anthony will love this one as well. We've got Martin Lukeman against Chris Landman. Menzies on the verge of victory. I don't think that's... Let's go for a bit of Lukeman against Landman. Menzies and Watamina both winning. He's got 6 more after today. Plenty. Yep, agree. Found it yesterday saying, sorry, Pepsi giving breath. No, Pepsi, all the way, my friend, all the way. Can't see it coming. No, I agree. Rob skipped 10 Pro Tours for comparison. Littler has skipped 11. Yeah, I know the comparison, James, but one is arguably the best player in the world. And Rob, the ones he did play didn't play well early on, and he says that himself. Gave himself a lot to do, but he's doing it. No worries, Paul. Have a good one, mate. Whatever you're doing. Who do I want to win today? I don't mind who wins today. Look, it would be nice that we said it was great for Wessel winning yesterday. I'd love to see Cameron Menzies win. Brendan Dolan has beaten Jamie Atkins. Big result. for the history maker. He's been under it recently. Joe Cullen 4-all with Owen Rolos. Madas Razma 1 away from victory. Yeah, I agree. Cali would be very popular. Gary today. The Asp lost in round 1, Daz. Look, he's averaged 102, to be fair to him. He's run into a very good performance from Dom Taylor. Michael Smith, Ricky Evans involved in a bit of a slugfest here at the moment. I think Bully Boy will be better off once it drank. Yeah, I don't disagree that it can be a relief once it happens. Stephen Burton is a 6-4 winner over Luke Woodhouse. No, I think Ted was one of the ones that dropped out because he was one of the last to get called up. So with Cameron Menzies and Dobie coming back in today. Graham Hall 2-0 up on Adam Warner. Joe Cullen back-to-back legs. He goes within 1 of being Owen Roloff. Dimitri is a weird player on the floor. Yeah, look, Dimitri's just struggling for confidence at the moment. He won the UK Open, and look, it was kind of out of nowhere, to be fair, because he's not been in great form. How are we doing, Luca? Hope you are good. Good to have you in. Gabriel Clements 1 away from beating Callum Goffin. Yeah, look, Barton's he's played well since winning his card, but winning is tough in the PDC. We've seen Aspinall lose with a 102 today so far. It should. I believe. I think it's on via play. And Graham Hall now 3-0 to the good. Yeah, you know, Antoinette, you know. Oh look, Cullen's he's having a tough time, but he'll get there. And Joe Cullen has won 6-4. Big result for the Rock Star. Right, where are we going? Did Chris Landman? Yeah, got over the line against mine. Luke, man. Let's go. Right, would you like Sedlacek against Henderson, Williams against Burnett, or Scott against Sadansky? Yeah, I think it is a little bit too late for him. Yeah, I've been on the ground at one of the Pro Tours, Ryan. Been a few times. Scott. Looks like Scott is the popular choice. Bit of the sniper. Scott Williams 2-0 up, averaging 120. Hopefully, yeah, look, Keane Barry's picked up of late. He had a dreadful start to the year, but form is now good. Lee Evans takes on Thibaut Tricol, the Frenchman, 1-0 up. George Killington trails Jurgen van der Velde 2-0. Barry Van Peer 2-1 up on Jeffrey Sparadans. Dirk van Duivenbode, a 6-2 winner over Christian Perez. And Gabriel Clement sees off Callum Goffin 6-4. Not sure when he's back on. We're still in the 1-2-8 games. Yeah, he should do. I don't think there's a danger there. I can see him doing that. No, I just think that Luke will spring into life, James, when it matters. 3-0 Williams, averaging 112. Yes, we will have Q School covered for you as always, buddy. Yeah, Sedlacek's a good player. Adam Gavlas 1-0 up on Alexander Merckx. Barry Van Peer has daylight between himself and Sparadans now. 3-1 to Bionic Berry. Thoughts on prediction on the Grand Prix? I think Luke Humphreys just. Thoughts on the seniors match play this weekend? I'm edging towards Neil Duff, but I think the winner will come from one of three: Neil Duff, Leonard Gates, or John Henderson. The amount of talent coming through now, it is scary. Has Radak won a game? I'm not sure. Good practice for the seniors for Hendo. Yeah, I know Hendo's not playing tomorrow because he's going to York. Get in there, Scamp. Get in there. Not quite, but edging that way. It shouldn't be a problem, but I would just say a word of caution that we've seen the double-in start bamboozle many a good player. It's a mindset thing. You look at that. Rob Cross has been one of the best players in the world for the last 2 years, and his record in the double-in, double-out is awful. So you just have to be a little bit switched on. Afternoon, Joe. Yeah, it has been that way. Love that, Cal. Love that. Well done at the weekend, buddy. Good to see you smiling again. Did you get tickets for the game last night? No, I agree. It is a little bit short for a major for me. Hendo 2-1 down to Sedler box. Cam Crabtree has levered up with Dimitri Vandenberg. Well, I say that, and Vandenberg just pops in another leg to lead. Adam Hunt 1-0 up on Graham Usher. Scarborough against Newcastle. Mario Vanden Bohada 1-0 up on Steve Beaton. Love that, lad. Love that. No, I'm comfortable with just one, and I said the same yesterday that if you add more of it, the intrigue and the factor of only doing it once a year wears off. So I'm good with just one. Flashback time against Is it just time off? Yeah, look, every player has to balance their workload and their schedule. Look, the schedule for the last 3 weeks has been absolutely insane. We've had Euro Tours, World Series finals, Pro Tour, Euro Tour, Pro Tour, Euro Tour. So look, it's you players will burn out if they play in everything. So that they have to manage their schedules and calendars, and that's what plenty of players are doing right now. Yeah, look, Cal said it exactly there, that it is too much. Look, the opportunities are there for everyone, but if you try and play in everything, or if you are in everything, for the players that didn't qualify for the Euro Tours, it's not an issue. But if you qualified for the Euro Tours and this and the TV events, it's just like burnout central. No MVG. Do I think Sledden will keep his card? Not on the form that I've seen recently. Really struggled. Look, an unbelievable talent, but not done enough at the moment. So Joe, basically, the City West for 2 years was used as a COVID vaccination station, and then the Irish government took it over again for housing Ukrainian refugees. So it's not available. Yeah, I agreed. Henry, the Grand Slam does need looking at. Connor Scott is playing at the moment. He is 4-2 to the good. I hope so. Look, I hope it goes back to the City West, but I'm not sure it will. Listening to Matt's comments on the draw, I think that I'd love it to. And all those not in invitation show events need to earn across within the frame. Yeah, look, and that's why the opportunity is here. And look, if you ask rank number 94, I don't know who that is, by the way, but if you ask rank number 94, would you rather play in three Pro Tours where you've got 15 of the top 16 there, or would you rather play in a Pro Tour where there's only 5 of the top 16? You're going to take the 5 all day long. Daniel Closer has beaten Arobi John Rodriguez 6-2. John Henderson currently in front against Sedlacek now. Connor Scott, 1 away. He leads 5-2. Yeah, Wessel lost to Jimmy Van Schie. Look, Jimmy played brilliantly. I don't know if Riley's will do it. Look, the UK Open needs to keep that amateur element, but I'm not sure that Riley's are fit for purpose to do it. Boris is winning. Graham Hall is being Adam Warner. Right, let's go for a bit of Hendo. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced Merv will go to Q School. Sedlacek is rallying here against Henderson. Breaks and then kicks off this leg with a max. Graham Usher has a leg back against Hunt, but Adam 4-1 to the good. Scott Williams, 6-2 winner over Richie Burnett. The average came down considerably, still just a shade on a 94. George Killington rallying. But still trails 5-3. Neil Zonneveld 3-2 up on Willie Borland. Some of the last 64 games now warming up. I don't know the exact date, James. No, but I would imagine it would... I don't know. Let me ask the question. Oh, hello. 2 seconds, everyone. Right, let me do some jiggery pokery here a second. Don't know. How this is going to work, but we'll give it a go. Bear with me, folks. I'm just doing some... Get rid of that. Now, that might work. So I'm going to try this, everyone. 2 seconds. And if I go like this...
Hey.
That doesn't work. Let's go like that. Matt, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Phil. Yeah, I'm just trying to squeeze myself up. There I am.
2 seconds. Let me do something else. Because Matt can't hear me. I think because I'm in the wrong screen. 2 seconds.
Oh, no, I've got you now. I can
playing
hear
the
you.
new software, see, but Matt Edgar is in the house.
There he is.
Let me...
Maybe it's you that can't hear me. Have a look. Audio. Oh, here we go.
How about that? Can you hear me now?
Input. Let's...
Oh, Phil's gone. They can hear me in the chat. That's good. It's just Philippa that can't. I don't know where he's gone. Phil's gone. It's the online darts takeover from the Edgar.
Yeah, there he is. I've done it now. I had to move things around so I could hear you. And then I'm just going to move us around a little bit so you're framed a little bit better. You all good though, mate?
Yeah. Busy. But I thought I'd best come on and have a chat. Popped in the chat yesterday to say hi to Philippa, and everyone was saying hello. So I thought, why not just come in and
come and
have
give
a
it a
chat?
go.
Yeah.
Why not?
Come have a go
Matt
if you
is
think you're hard
in.
enough to say, don't you?
Well, you know, mate, you know. Good
Got
day at
hold the
Super
mic,
Series.
though. Yeah. John Worsley somehow got over the line. I don't know how. It wasn't very clean or clinical. He doesn't know how, but he did it. Steve Johnson, though, he's looking good. He's looking like a good player.
I like Stephen Johnson, I've got to say.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, today, the seeds have been falling all over the place.
I saw Luke Humphries went out first round.
yeah, it didn't look great at all.
Yeah. What was the other one I saw? Game Danny
Brian-
Nopper, Andy
Brian Searle.
Bartons.
Yeah,
So yeah,
nothing
he's
was
out.
said.
Who was the other one I saw that was interesting? Keen Barry.
Played very well.
Yeah. Start of the year, we went. What do you go about 9 games without winning one? I remember when I did Hildesheim Pro Tour on commentary that we was talking about Josh Payne and Keen Barry as 2 players that weren't winning anything. Now he's averaging 100 every week.
Yeah, Josh Payne has found it difficult back on tour.
Yeah, definitely.
But look, for us as fans, this is exciting the way the Pro Tour is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, where do you stand on it? And obviously, Phil's chat here as well. Where do you stand on it? Because for me, I think darts needs to have a dominant force again. I quite like having that player to shoot at. You know, like the old Phil Taylor days. It used to be the story was, who's going to beat Phil Taylor? Can anyone beat Phil Taylor? Then it was Van Gerwen. And I always say, if everyone's got superpowers, no one's got superpowers. And at times, I feel that we have too many different winners that everyone's a champion.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I liked the MVG era, the Phil Taylor era, and so on. That yeah, I agree. It gives you someone to aim at, and over the last year, you'd say that was Luke Humphreys, but with the emergence of Luke Littler, is now come onto the scene. That the 2 Lukes are the best 2 players in the world. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But the rest is all. And the other thing, Matt, I don't know where you stand on this. I know you like a bit of housery, shall we say, that the players are too nice.
100%. I mean, the other thing I'm going to say actually is you said I don't think anyone will disagree with that. I'm going to disagree with that. The person who will disagree with that is Michael Van Gerwen, who firmly believes he's still the best player in the world. And the fact that he's willing to say that, he is one of those players. You've asked people the question. I watched all your interviews. You interviewed someone the other day, Chris Mason, it might have been. And that interview with Chris Mason, you spoke about are players not willing to be themselves because of fear of DRA.
Correct.
I fully stand by that because do you know when I first started doing my YouTube, I used to have players come to me and say, "What are you doing? You're going to get DRA'd. For what? What rules am I breaking?" But yet they firmly believed I was going to get a DRA.
This is the bit I don't get. And look, I want players to be players. If he wants to have a go at him, absolutely do it. I'm fully behind that.
We need it. We need the players to be more individuals, which we're seeing a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of, but I want to see a bit more.
I want to get your while we're on the DRA, because I know you play within this system. So I saw a quote on England Darts yesterday from their figurehead. I'll be nice. I won't call him what I want to. That he was pleased that the WDF chose not to be affiliated to the DRA. The vote was put there and it was chosen that not to be affiliated. So my question was, well, if the DRA aren't affiliating the tournament, who the bloody hell is? Because in theory, you could have someone that's suspended by the DRA now qualify for Lakeside and play.
Good point. Didn't even think of that.
Correct. For argument's sake, I know it's not going to happen, but bear with me so you can get the theory behind it here. I'm sure you'd have the hump if you lost to Carl McKinstry at Lakeside whilst he was meant to be suspended.
I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? They can only suspend you from their own activity. They can't suspend you beyond their reach.
Correct.
So they don't own the sport. They only own their section of the sport. So I mean, it's like the FA, isn't it? The FA can ban you from football, but you can still go play in your goals five-a-side league on the Friday night.
Yeah, 100%.
So, or you can go play in your local league that's not affiliated to it, which is your town league. So, yeah, they can't. So, yeah, I get it, but I just don't know why everyone wouldn't want to be governed by the same set of rules, because darts is complicated enough as it is. Why do we want to make it even worse?
But that was my next thing, that the same set of rules should be unilateral across the darting world.
Yeah.
I tell you
yeah.
What that is for Graham Usher. He has come back from 4-1 down to beat Adam Hunt 6-5. What a result for the gambler, Matt.
I like Graham Usher. I do. He's a talent that maybe doesn't realise he's a talent, because what he's done on the Pro Tour is not as good as he is. So hopefully he can get a few more results and maybe have another go at it next year. But I'm just looking at your chat here. There's quite a few interesting questions and comments. Someone said, "Nice donkey ears, Matt." Yeah, I'm in a shared house at the moment in Portsmouth with Super Series. So you've probably seen this in my videos, Dozzers, Maces. I think I've took it down when I've made some here before. But there's a question here that really excites me, because I've been flying the flag for a long time of certain players. I pick a player. It's not by random. I don't just pick a player because I like them. I pick a player because I see potential in them. I see something special in them. The last player I banged on about on a regular basis on YouTube was Luke Humphries. This was Luke Humphries pre-winning a European tour. I got messages on my phone from various managers within the sport who was calling me an idiot, saying, "Why don't you highlight some of the players that are actually doing something? He's never even won a Pro Tour. What are you doing? You're just trying to promote your mates." And I'm like, now look at him. He's the world number one. So with that, my latest person that I am watching intently and talking about every possible step of the way is Connor Scott.
Yeah.
I think he is the next guy. And the question here is, question for Matt: can you see Connor Scott reach high enough rank so when he gets his 2-year tour card, his winnings won't be reset to 0? Yes, I can see that. But also, I potentially think there's a curveball in there. Phil smiling.
You can talk about the curveball because we've spoken about it in the chat room before, that as it stands, we all know that Connor Scott is going to pick Lakeside over Alexandra Palace.
Okay. So we know the curveball.
We've spoken about this.
Okay.
However, if it was just a case of the World Championship, do I agree with it? No, but I can see why he would think that way. My second curveball to this, and I want you to answer this, Matt, as an analyst and a pundit, not Connor Scott won't be at Lakeside. He currently is in a world match play spot for next year. That's the other curveball that I want to throw in there.
Yeah. So the original curveball is the World Championships. That's what we would see as a curveball. I think the curveball, on knowing the decision that Connor Scott has talked about, the curveball now is the match play. Because if he doesn't get in the top 64, he will get reset to 0, start again. There's no way he's making the match play in that minimal amount of events. However, he's got, what, £17,000 already on that order of merit? That's a lot of money to give up. And I genuinely think he'll make the top 64, because if you think about, he's got, what, still 5 Pro Tours left. There's Players' Championships. He's likely to get in the Slam from the Challenge Tour order of merit. So there's 15,500 there without winning another game. So I think the curveball that's going to make him reconsider is the world match play. I think, though, and I've mentioned this before, I compare Connor Scott to Nathan Aspinall. got his tour card, decent second year, but the first year was bad, so he lost it, won Challenge Tour events, started winning again, came back, won the UK Open. I would not be surprised if Connor Scott goes down that road. He's got such a high ceiling, and he's one of the most focused, determined players I have ever met, and I've been around this sport for a long time. I would just like to see him be a little bit more... I'm going to say I'd like to see him be a little bit more arrogant, because he's too nice.
Yeah, I agree. I'm
Gary's
fully
just
with
saying
you.
19 short of the 65th position at the minute. Connor's got 19 grand short. Oh, great question, Lendl. Great question. Lendl said, Matt, what do you look for when determining if a player is the next big thing? Now, it's got to be said, and you know me, I like to blow my own horn. Absolutely. I've picked some bangers. Have I picked one wrong? Probably. Probably more wrong than right, to be fair. But with Connor Scott, what I tend to look at is first of all, consistent ability. What are they regularly producing as a par? Ceiling. Have they got it in them to bang in a 105 or 108 when needed? Bottle. How do they perform at the back end of games when it's 4-4, 5-5? Look at him yesterday. Was it 140, 180, 145 or something?
Yeah.
5-all. Bounce back ability. What's it like when they're 5-1 down, 5-2 down? He actually gets better. And then most of all, personality. How do they manage it? What's their support network? What do they do after the darts? Are they sat in the bar or are they in bed? What is their day-to-day routine like? What's their practice like? How do they think about the game? Is it just, I get up there and throw my darts and what happens, happens? Or are you like Connor Scott, who's analysed it to the point he knows how to make himself better? He knows what he's good at. He knows what he's weak at. He plays on his strengths and he works on his weaknesses. He's the real deal.
I am completely with you on that. Johnny Clayton gets the better of King Barry. The ferret is ferreting. And of course, we are going to put Man of the Moment as our feature game next. No, we're not. That's the wrong one. It's a good game, but sorry, we don't want you. The other one as well, after yesterday, Matt, Wessel Nyman already will be going to Blackpool next year.
Oh, what a talent. What a talent. Do you know what, right? I know there's people out there who don't like Wessel Nyman on the back of what's happened in the past. And I know there's people out there that do. I think it's a very respectable story in the fact he did wrong, admitted wrong. He took his punishment. At the end of his punishment, offered education so people didn't make the same mistakes, and now is seeking redemption and making up for lost time, because he nearly ruined his career. I actually think it's quite an inspiring story. Not all stories start... You look at the Rocky movies or any other sort of really big movie. How many times is it guy comes out of prison and turns his life around and becomes a hero? There's a chance this could actually happen if people see it that way. I know people go, he done wrong, he should never get a second chance. But I actually think it's quite good that he has had the chance for redemption. And this is almost Hollywood, because winning a Pro Tour, the standard of darts he is playing is it's elite.
Yeah, and look, there are most things in life that people deserve a second chance for. Look, there are a few that are on the blacklist, but there are most things people deserve a second chance for.
It's Well, if you didn't ever get a second chance, what's the point in having a justice system?
Yeah.
What's the point in having bans and DRA? It should be a lifetime ban if that's the case, that it's always going to be held against. You know, so yeah, I like the story. I like what I like how it's sort of showing people that there might be someone out there right now who's done something ridiculously wrong or has gone down the wrong road, and he could be the story to say, do you know what? That doesn't define you.
Yeah.
It defines you for a period of time, but actually there's a way to get to redeem yourself. And he's doing the right things, not just on the board, off the board.
Fully agreement on that. How are we doing, Glenn? Hope you are good in the chat room. I know we teased the bits yesterday, Matt, but we've got a couple of collab bits in the pipeline for the World Championship, which should be good fun.
Yes. Absolutely. I think it's about time that a lot of things collaborated. You know, around Christmas time, we all love darts, and I think there's audiences out there that like both of what we do, and I think it's going to be great that we get to work with that. And yeah, we've got some really good ideas. I'm sure we'll come up with a few more. And essentially, just bring everything together, and we can all just enjoy darts, which is what we should all be doing, really.
Yeah, well, look, we talk a lot and stuff like that, and it's like the sport isn't big enough for people to fall out. Is the thing. You're bigger and stronger working together than a lone ranger.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see. I don't see why there should ever be any rivalries in the sport. We all want the same thing, which is just to enjoy some darts. So, I'm just looking at the. And we're even going to WrestleMania, actually, aren't we, Phil?
We are going to WrestleMania. To be fair, I know Malachi said it there. The guy Matt won against Gary Anderson with the 170 is currently 4-0 up. Let's be fair. This version of Gary Anderson, you wouldn't want any piece of that, would you? Yesterday was just ridiculous.
Oh, I sorted him out. Don't worry about that. Like, what did he have? He had 101 average that day. It weren't enough, was it? Bashed him. To be fair, it's the full story of that day, though, that really was the thing, because I played Gary Anderson. It was a 4-day event, wasn't it? The Summer Series. Yeah. I played him on day one. Yeah. And there are 3 match darts to beat him at double 16, and absolutely bottled it. Because I'm like, I'm going to beat Gary Anderson. And I got so nervous. And then lost 6-5. And then I got that redemption. What did I say? I like a redemption story. I sorted him out, didn't I? A few days later. I'm like, have a bit of that.
Oh, it was good. But look, Gary's getting better with age. Yesterday was just ridiculous watching him.
Oh, sickening, isn't it? You just can't do anything.
Like Luke Humphreys had to throw the kitchen sink at him to win 2 legs, and he's our world champion and world number 1.
Yeah, it's crazy. Isn't
it? This one comes up a lot. I know I'm a little bit laggy because I've had to do a bit of a workaround to get Matt on, but it's fine. We'll work with it, folks.
Oh, hang on, he's on the 9 dart here.
Oh my, he's not again, surely. 2nd day in a row. Live on the stream. Oh, he's come inside.
Oh, he must have missed it.
Gary, what are you doing?
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, we were talking about the Mount Rushmore of darts the other day, and I threw a curveball in, and I had 2 non-players on my Mount Rushmore.
Okay. Yeah.
I had Ollie Croft and Barry Hearn on my Mount Rushmore.
Ooh. Okay.
Because without them, we don't get to the position where we are now. Look, what Ollie did with the BDO back in the day when it was thriving, got it to a certain level, and then.
Okay, I'm going to chuck a big debating point for you here.
we're not where we are now.
So I'm going to say something controversial here. As I always do, you know I'm going to. Of course I am. I don't come on here and not be controversial. And I'm going to change my screen so I can see the chat box here because I want to see what this is. Before I do that, I see someone wants a signed shirt. Absolutely. Go on my social media, send me a message. I've got plenty of shirts available at the minute still. They're in stock. So how can you have Barry Hearn and Tommy Cox and Ollie Croft without Tommy Cox? Because Barry brought the money in, Ollie Croft took but Tommy Cox took the gamble, and the PDC would not exist without Tommy Cox.
I completely agree. But
so I'm going to see what the chat says.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I went with the we wouldn't be where we are now with darts in the best place it's ever been without Barry.
Remember, Tommy risked his livelihood. He got frozen out. He was banned from entering any dart arena.
And those that haven't seen it yet, it's not the best quality because when it was made, but Blood on the Carpet is available on YouTube. It is still an incredible watch to this day.
Yep. Just how Tommy Cox was alienated from the darting world. They tried to end him before he even got going. The risks 100%. He took out of his own pocket, I would say Tommy Cox would go on there ahead of Ollie Croft and Barry Hearn.
Yeah, I can see the argument. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. This is the fun thing, isn't it? Debates. It's great.
Love it. Absolutely love it. But there is some darts going on as well. Chizzy 4-0 up on Brett Claydon. Robert Owen having another good run. Barney 1-0 up at the moment. Rob Cross in the last 2 weeks has made up that $7.5 grand and is now back in a Minehead spot, which is good. Jimmy Van Schie is playing really well in the PDC.
I like it.
You like that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my new thing for Jimmy. Matt Campbell, a much needed run.
I've seen a question in here that I think is great because it's an interesting one. It's from Troy. He's put in there, Sid put darts on that, Sid Waddell. Now, I agree that Sid Waddell is very iconic in the history of darts. However, in a different era, I think Sid Waddell wouldn't be remembered the way he is. Imagine Sid Waddell in the modern era of social media. He would be getting slated. People don't like Wayne Mardle. And Wayne Mardle's a very, very knowledgeable, excellent pundit who made that 9-dart leg even better at the World Championship final through amazing commentary. And he gets hammered on social media. Imagine what Sid Waddell would be like now in the modern day. People wouldn't be glorifying him. He would be getting absolutely pulled apart.
I agree. Yeah, but I call them the golden trio of commentary because although today we have some of the most knowledgeable and elite broadcasters we could ever wish for in the sport, when you go Sid, Dave, and John Gwynn together, when you watch Darts Gold, there's just this warm glow inside, isn't there?
Nostalgia, and we get that through that nostalgia feeling, but without nostalgia, I think it'd be a different story. But I love nostalgia. That's why I'm hoping Stone Cold Steve Austin comes out when we go to Vegas, Phil.
Yes. Fully behind.
It's rumoured.
just some quick ones that we've missed. Gary averages 96 again. Kim Hybrecht's averaging a ton. Has beaten Gian Van Veen 6-4. Luke Littler does a number on Darryl Pilgrim 6-2. Good run for Darren Beveridge. He's into the last 32. Hollywood Chris Dobie doing what he does. Averages 107. Damon Hetta 109. Danny Noppert 101. There are players that are playing themselves into form at the right time.
And I can tell you, after being with the players this past week over in Switzerland for my first European tour on commentary, and I can say that a lot of the players don't want to go over there. They didn't want to come over and play the Pro Tours. They was tired. They didn't want to be, but they know they have to because they have to play themselves into form.
Agreed.
So it's interesting.
Yeah. Where is it? Teresa said in the chat room, it won't be Brock anytime soon. You say that. I had a cheeky little look, and Brock is back on PDC websites, WWE websites, and that. So he has been re-added, which suggests to me we may see Brock again sometime soon.
I'd like to see Brock Gunther at Mania.
For the title or without the title?
4. And Gunther going over with Brock, then pretty much finished as a monster as such. I don't feel he's put anyone over other than Reigns, and everyone put Reigns over. I don't think anyone's cashed in off of finishing Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Rob, we'll do the alarm next time, mate. We're enjoying Matt's company. We'll allow the alarm a game off.
Someone's got to enjoy me company.
Again, I know we've spoken about this before, but look, we know it's going to be the bloodline against a Roman Reigns trio or quartet, however they're going to do it. Now, look, part of me wants the Shield, but I fully accept that that's not going to happen because of Ambrose, Moxley not coming over back anytime soon. However, how good would it be that you had Reigns and he needs some allies, and we get Seth as his little brother, as Roman called him all the way through their feud. He still called him his little brother, even though they were feuding. Yeah. And the wise man brings back Punk and Brock to go with Roman and Seth.
Yes. But I also see another curveball here in Paul Heyman. And this might just because it's something I would do right now, or it might be something that happens after WrestleMania. I would put Paul Heyman with Bron Breakker.
Yeah, I like it.
I think Bron Breakker has now become boring because all they do is sell Bron Breakker on the fact he's an incredible athlete. Oh, look how fast he did this spear. Great. A month later, look how fast he did this spear. Yeah, I know that. You've told me that for the last month now. What next? And you can only sell being an incredible athlete for so long because everyone's an incredible athlete. So if you're going to sell yourself on being an incredible athlete, you best be Superman. And with that, I think he needs Paul Heyman, and he needs to be Braun Steiner.
Yeah, I like that. Daryl Gurney.
Get me in WWE.
Super Chin is just being Owen Bates. Sorry, Glenn, good to have you in, and we might have another 9 here. Hold on, Barney. Oh, not this time. How we doing, Lulu, in the chat? Hope you are good. Yeah, look, if I look at the dark, Mervyn King all of a sudden is finding some results that he may get himself to Minehead. and he's only a couple of grand off Ali Pali again. You wouldn't have said that 4 months ago.
And the PDPA qualifier, don't forget, where he will be seeded.
Yeah.
You'd make him a good favourite for that one.
Yeah. We were talking about the idea of bringing in a rule as well that anyone that beats Steve Beaton in the PDPA qualifier needs to be referred to the DRA instantly for suspension.
Yep. I agree. We need Beaton at the Ali Pali one more time. One more time.
Lulu's asked, Matt, when are you playing again? I know it's soon.
Next Wednesday, actually, I'm going to be in the WDF World Masters for the first time in its 48-year history. I will be taking my place in that lineup, and that's going to be an honour for me because, as people know, me and throwing darts doesn't have a long time left. And for me to still be able to play in an event that's got so much history and the longest running major tournament and all the to actually get that one on my CV as well, to me is an honor. So I know the World Masters isn't where it used to be in the calendar, but to me it's still a big deal. And I love the history and the sort of the lineage, as they say, of the of darts. So to be involved in that event, even if it's just for 1 year, fantastic. Can't wait for that. So I'll be doing that. I will be playing in the MODUS Super Series in November. And then eyes are on Lakeside. Looking forward to, again, getting a chance to play on another iconic World Championship stage. So I would have played on both of the real iconic stages. And then hopefully when I get to 50, I can play on the Circus Tavern if it's still about.
Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Into the chat room. How are we doing, Scotty? Hope you are good, mate. Interesting one from Rob here. And obviously, Matt, as a former player, I'll get your one on this. If Beaton doesn't qualify for World Championships, I hope the PDC Stroke Sky do the right thing, get him in the studio for a good send-off. I agree that if he's not at Ali Pali, I think he has to be there in some capacity.
Maybe pull him in for a day would be the thing I think they'd do. I don't think they'd have him there for the whole time, but I think maybe pulling him for a day.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Dave Chisholm wins.
Nathan says, is Edgar going to be the next Mardle forced to retire too early and ends up in a TV pundit? I mean, Mardle achieved a lot more than I did, that's for sure. Certainly as a player. I think Mardle's underestimated. I know it's probably because he's very self-deprecating, isn't he? That you look at Mardle and you don't remember how good he was. But he was a bloody good dart player.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Premier Leagues, World Championship semi-finals. I remember he played the Las Vegas Desert Classic final against Phil Taylor about 2005, maybe. And it was one of the greatest games of that era.
Yeah. I know the comeback at Ali Pali when he beat Phil.
Yeah. Yeah, he was incredible. He really was a good player.
Yeah, and sorry, Michael Smith, that I want you to lose here because you are playing the one and only Steve Beaton. In terms of the seniors, Matt, John Henderson playing here, surely that gives him a huge advantage ahead of the Barbican in York.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at those players, some of them we don't even know where their form line is. I mean, who's John Henderson playing? Because Taylor's out now, isn't he?
Tony O'Shea.
Oh, great draw. Not because let me clarify that. Because Tony O'Shea is not a good draw, but he is at the minute. Because Tony O'Shea, if you remember, he was on the Super Series not too long ago, and he was struggling. he was struggling with opening his hand, wasn't he? He had issues, and he's only played one competitive event this year, and that was the Super Series.
Yeah.
So, and in that case, he played some decent stuff, but not to trouble John Henderson. Henderson will get that comfortable. He'll get it comfortable. I think it'll be a good event. No, I think this seniors event. I think it'll be. But I don't see where the upsets are coming from at the moment. I literally, when I was doing odds checks this morning, I went on. I saw, oh, they've got the odds on. I looked at it and I thought, do you know what? I don't fancy a surprise anyway.
How are we doing, Laura? The O'Shea clan is in this afternoon. Phil and Matt. Maisie's just got home from school. Good to have you in, Maisie, as always. Look, Maisie's the coolest kid in the world, and I shouldn't encourage kids to skip school, but Maisie always finds a way to get out of school to watch our streams.
Also, can you ban Mark Neville, please?
Or is that Henry Deacon's burner account?
No, because it was slightly funny. It can't be.
I say, he doesn't mention it, does he, to you?
Oh, every session. Every session. He's cost me a lot of money, that guy has, Darius Labanauskas. I wish he was going Lakeside this year. I'd destroy him.
Oh, like that a lot.
I can say it because he's not. He's got Ali Pali, isn't he? So I can say what I want.
Yeah, he's already qualified. Raymond,
I'd batter him.
Yeah. Sorry, Rob, my point. Right, feature game. Let's check in because you've spoken about it. Let's have a look at the end of the Connor Scott game.
Good player.
He trailed in this one, but he's now one away from victory.
Yes, I'm pretty sure there'll be a Who Hangs Up First World Masters edition. Absolutely.
Yeah. Two players that play next. I think it's interesting. Cameron Menzies against Thibaut Tricol. Look, we know that Menzies has been in absolute incredible form this year, but Thibaut Tricol, since winning his card, I wasn't sure he had the levels that he's shown in him. That we saw him at Lakeside, we saw him at the Super Series. He was a good player, but this year he's gone to another level and posting big numbers, and it's good to see for obviously darts in France that he seems to have kicked on and he has that gear to his game.
I agree with 95% of it. I agree that I didn't believe he'd be able to live at the table he's currently eating on. But I disagree that he didn't have the levels. He had the levels. But what I strongly agree with is the level producing on a regular basis. Because we knew he had the game, but I thought he'd have the game maybe 5 times out of the 30 Pro Tours. Not as consistent as he's finding it. That's the bit that I'm thinking, fair play, you're doing really well. And that's the bit I didn't think he had. Because I'll be honest with you, I played Thibaut Tricol loads of times. And every time I played him, I thought, great, I've won. I'll beat Thibaut Tricol. Absolutely, I'll always beat Thibaut Tricol. I've gone to WF events and he was the seed. And I'm like, oh, happy days. That's a great draw. And I played him on the old Live Lounge League. And I'd be like, oh, fantastic, Thibaut Tricol. 2 points. But now you don't. Now, Christ, it'd blow me away.
Yeah, interesting. How are we doing, Lendl? Good to have you in, buddy.
Oh, here's an interesting one. After meeting you at the Scottish Open, Matt, what kind of criteria would organisers look at before looking to a better venue? Do you know what? This is the point. Sometimes it's not always about finding a better venue. Because sometimes there might be... I'm aware that sponsorship deals, all these. I'm aware there's a business that goes on behind it. I'm heavily involved in a lot of things in this darts world. A lot of things people probably don't even know I'm involved in. I understand that there's a lot of business goes on behind things, and there's probably decisions that are made on the basis of it. But you've also got to remember the player experience. Now, if you can't move that venue, that's absolutely fine. Start the women's event later. So instead of opening all the events, you've got your main boards, your 32 boards, the women's room, what it was, or the women's and youth room, that is practice room until, let's say, the men start at 10:30 in the morning. At 2:30, that practice room shuts down because it's the round 1 and round 2 that make the difference. That's when you want to practice. After that, you're on the board a lot quicker. The games come around quicker. So make that a practice room and go women's event. Right, you're starting at 5 o'clock. You can start practicing from 2:30. Stagger it. If you can't put more boards in, don't have every event start at the same time. I think that'd be quite simple.
Agreed. Right, feature game. Let's go for a bit of the rock star. And Graham Usher is potentially causing an upset again.
From the land of ice cream. By the way, if anyone's not been to Scarborough, which is where Graham Usher's from, you've got to go to the Harbour Bar. It's like the world's biggest ice cream cone. They just fill it. They do banana whippy. I know you're probably a big fan of an ice cream, aren't you, Phil?
Love an ice cream. Salted caramel.
Banana and chocolate. Banana and chocolate ice cream mixed. Oh. It's getting me excited already.
Right, so that is up there. Graham Usher is in front against Cullen, and that 40 just opens the door for a big visit for Graham Usher here. How we doing? Mace is in the chat room. Hope you are good, buddy. Holiday looked nice in Santorini.
It's probably going to. You probably end up pulling loads of people. There'll be like 10 of us on the screen soon. You'll be like just all just chatting darts.
That's what we do. We've created a community. Yeah, it looks like Michael Smith didn't get the memo, Chris. Leave Stevie B alone.
Yeah, I've made a lot of suggestions regarding the WDF, and that's all they are. They're just suggestions and opinions based on experiences and things that I've had. So, and just I only look from one perspective when I make my suggestions, and I'm aware of that, and that's player experience, because that is the thing. Honestly, I think gets forgotten. Because do you know what? These events are ran for the benefit of the organizer. A lot of them are like national team fundraisers. And they don't really care about the player experience as long as they get that funding that they need from the event. So I think that's what's been good about this year, that I've been out there getting the videos, getting the vlogs, and being able to share that. Some countries, Iceland, Switzerland, they message me, Serbia, they message me and go, Matt, thank you for coming to the event. What can we do to make it better? Perfect. That's what you want to hear. And those suggestions I made to them, they said, we didn't even think of that. We'll implement that for next year. What more could you ask for?
Good stuff.
Chris Bradley says, spot on, I've played about 10 different countries on it. I'm either doing Iceland or Faroes next year. Which one do you recommend? Iceland. It's played in Reykjavik at the Bullseye Club, which is one of the best venues I have ever been to for darts. It is an amazing darts venue. It's right by the sea. You'll have a great time.
Graham Usher.
Jamie Thomas. Have you seen that? Jamie Thomas says, question for Matt, what's in my hand? I'll be more worried what's on your browser history with a question like that, Jamie Thomas.
I've got Matt, any advice for players trying to get into the ADC and get better at darts?
How deep do I make this answer? How long we got? So the most important thing is that you practice your darts the way you would play a game. And when you practice, make sure you practice with progression. So an analogy that I think is great to use is if I go to the gym now and I do 40 kilograms on the bench press, and then next week I do 40 kilograms, the week after 40 kilograms, and I do that for 52 weeks of the year, am I on week 53 next year going to be able to bench 90? No. What I need to do is progressive overload. So I'll do 40, then I'll do 42.5, 45, 47.5, and I'll have small little increments that make it better. Now, what people tend to do is they'll go, I'm going to play Bob's 27, I'm going to do 1-2-1 finishes, I'm going to do these. They're not progressive drills because the content doesn't change. The content needs to get harder. Don't just do the same things over and over again and expect to get better results. So progressively overload, progressively increase the content of what you are doing to make the task harder so that you can grow as a performer. I think that's the best bit of advice you could give anybody.
Like that a lot. But Graham Usher has the darts here in this decider against the rock star Joe Cullen. But is that a slip? Does that let Cullen in? It's down to a finish. A finish, Matt, you know something about.
Is he on the 170?
He is. Cross dropped out the minehead spots again. He's going to yo-yo for a bit.
I need to do a new one of them. So CL's put in your How to Become a Darts Master. So that's a playlist of 10 games that get harder as the game goes on. And you do level 1, it gets harder and harder. 10 rounds. I've got it on the channel. I need to do a new one of them because I did that during lockdown. So I reckon I could do another 10 level where it gets harder every step of the way. Just little challenges. So yeah, they're good, those sort of things. Don't just keep doing the same thing because I'm going to go even deeper now. Strap yourself in for some philosophy. So the problem you've got is when you do a game like Bob's 27, what you'll do is you'll get a score. You'll go, right, I've scored 300. You remember the score is 300. You remember your top score is 300. You don't work to your average and go, I normally average 170 on average. You go, I've scored 300, so I should be able to score 300. Why can't I always score 300? Every time you play it, the only score you'll try and beat is 300. So what you do is you ghost yourself and you chase your personal best. It's not you, it's your personal best. So you're always trying to beat the personal best. How many times in a year do you think you're going to beat your personal best? But that's what you're practicing for. You're practicing to beat your personal best on a daily basis. So all you're doing is setting yourself up for failure. So when you're not beating your personal best on a daily basis, what you do is you start to go, I'm not progressing. And if you don't feel like you're progressing, then you start to get doubt. You start to get negative thoughts. You then start to get nervous. Then you come to me and say, Matt, why do I get nervous in a game? Because you're training yourself to be nervous. You're not training yourself to be better. You're not training yourself to be a better performer and to deal with the anxiety. You're training yourself to live in anxiety because you're trying to be the best version of yourself that's ever existed. So, yeah. I won't get too deep into it because I can rant forever. So, yeah.
Joe Cullen defeated Graham Usher in that last leg decider. Thibaut Tricol, 3-2 up on Cameron Menzies, averaging 97. Good stuff from him, Hendo 4-2 down to Brendan Dolan. Willie Borland, Charles Dirk Van Dyvenbode 3-2. Mickey Mansell 2-1 up on Andrew Gilding as we go through. This is an interesting one as well. Jamie says, thoughts on Barry Hearn saying Sky must raise the ante because they might lose the rights next year.
Right. I may be speaking out of turn here, but when did I thought Barry Hearn retired from PDC darts. Nothing got to do with Barry Hearn.
I didn't realise we were doing comedy tonight.
But didn't he do a big I'm retiring, I'm giving it to Eddie and I'm not having anything to do with it no more?
Did you believe him when he said that?
No, because he's a workaholic and I think Eddie said that as well at the time, didn't he? But
yeah.
And do you know what? I'd love Barry to still be very heavily, but yeah, he's what it doesn't appear to be the case, does it?
He still pulls all the strings. We know that.
Yeah. The Vince McMahon, isn't he? Where he's like, I'm not running it no more, and it's like, yeah, you are.
Look, the thing is, though, I actually fundamentally agree with what he says. Look, the product the Sky have, in terms of numbers, is only beaten by Premier League football. It is a huge, huge thing for Sky. And look, we know they pay silly money for other sports, cricket, Formula One, Premier League rights. So if something is that big to your company, pay what it's worth.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think the problem is darts has been so underpaid for so long that to pay it what it's worth would be such an increase that no one's willing to pay that difference. But what was the numbers? I'm sure I've read them recently. It's like 48 million turnover, wasn't it, at PDC last year? With like a 12 million profit or something like that.
Yeah.
See if I can find it. I saw it not long ago. Generated 48 million. 15 million of that came from PDC Europe, of which 12 million's profit.
Nice.
Yeah, 12 mil profit. So with that, we should be expecting to see prize money go up significantly next year.
Yeah, Mace says it there in the chat room. Darts made more money than any other sport in Matchroom, including the boxing.
Do you know why that is? Because if you say to Anthony Joshua, you're going to be fighting for 10% of the purse, he'll tell you where to go. Where as dart players, we go, it's never been so good. Woohoo! Chuck it this way. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see like the direction it goes in. But I have heard on good authority that the prize money is going up, and I've even heard rumors from certain individuals that I'm not going to name, but let's just say high individuals, that the prize money, they're aiming to double it within the next 5 years. I hope that's the case.
I do, but that also only works if you sort the bottom end out as well.
Yes.
That only 100%. Works if you sort. That only works if you sort the bottom end out.
Yeah. Here's a question for you then, and I'm keeping an eye on the chat because I want to know everyone's opinion on this. If darts moves off of Sky Sports, I see that as a bad thing because as a channel flicker, I'm never going to fall across darts. I have to go out of my way and know I'm going to watch it. I'm in a house at the moment where I've only got Netflix, and I end up watching Jumanji every single night because for me to watch something new, I have to know what I'm going to go find because I'm not going to stumble across it. I have to know I want to watch a certain program or movie. If darts goes to those streaming platforms, do we lose potential audience?
Yes, to a point, but also don't DAZN have a channel on Sky now? I'm just using DAZN as a one because they actually have a channel on Sky now as well.
An interesting one you just picked out at random there, eh, Phil? Yeah.
Well,
so, I don't know. I think I'm showing a sign of my slightly older in years now, because there's probably younger people in here who are like, no, what are you on about, Matt? Like, it's easy to find that sort of stuff. And where I'm just like a bit older now, I flick through things and record things on my Skybox and stuff. So
on the old telly box.
Yeah, still black and white in my house. Got the Sega Mega Drive hooked up to it, you know.
Do you still know the cheat for Sonic?
I don't know that, but down towards back C for Liu Kang's fatality.
Up, down, left, right, AC start together is the cheat for Sonic. Pick any level you want then.
Nice. Isn't it weird, like, they made these games and then made cheat, but you used to have to buy the magazine, didn't you, from the shop, because it had all the cheat codes.
Find the cheat code. Yeah.
Yeah. There used to be one on Mortal Kombat 1 as well, where you could get blood on the original Mortal Kombat.
Dirk Van Dijvenbode has beaten Willie Borland 6-3. The Ober Genius is slowly returning to form right now. That we've seen spells from him. And coming up in the last 32, do we feel sorry for Joe Cullen, because he has the daunting task of the Flying Scotsman Gary Anderson.
That's an interesting question. I know Mace is in here at the minute, who works on that broadcast, saying ITV might try to get more darts. I know a lot of fans have been calling and they want more sort of like free-to-air sort of darts events. Is that, do you think, a possibility?
Well, call me a cynic, but...
You're going to say about the November contract, aren't you?
I am. The current Sky deal runs till November next year. ITV have signed a 1-year extension. Coincidentally, that runs out in November next year after the Players' Championships. Now, with both deals ending at the same time, is the landscape about to change?
Lineal TV is sort of changing, isn't it? It's more going streamed. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit more going that way, yeah.
Thibaut Tricol is a leg away from beating Cameron Menzies.
Love the darts. No, I'll be off in a minute, actually, because I've just heard the washing machine stopped, so I need to go get me washing out and then start having a bit of a trip. An hour ago, yeah.
Who's only coming in for half hour to keep me company? That's a good question here. ITV is only in England. So just out of interest, how do you guys in Ireland watch the ITV events? Because I'd never thought of that. Is that a PDC TV job? Or is it Era Sports? I'll tell you what a result that is for Thibaut Tricol. He has beaten Cameron Menzies.
That's a good result. Anyone beating Cameron Menzies at the moment must have played well.
Yeah.
Right, I best go get my washing out, have a throw, do about 99 other jobs, and stay busy.
Matt, it's a pleasure to have you on, buddy, as always. So thank you very, very much.
No problem. I'm sure I'll get on again at some point.
Yeah, you have absolutely smashed it. I'm going to play a quick ad so I can reset the screen and everything like that, folks. So we'll be back on the other side of this. Matt, thank you very, very much.
No problems. See you soon.
welcome back, everyone. Massive thank you to Primetime Matthew Edgar for joining us for the last hour. That's what we do here. Like we say, we've got some interesting bits coming up to work on as well, but we go back and we now concentrate on the Pro Tour. Last 32 will be getting underway shortly. Danny Laubijak lost 2 seconds, and I will tell you. Darren Beveridge, 6'4", mate. Does it involve a VPN, David? It's a little bit slow compared to yesterday. Probably yes. I agree. Gilding is in front. Good stuff, Jack. Good stuff. Can I put my mic a bit louder? Is it a bit quiet? Let's have a look. 2 seconds. Where are we? Is that any better? Or is that too loud? Let me set it there. Does that work? Don't worry, we'll get everyone teed up. We're back to normal now. Any chance of Mr. We'll see if you can get you a signed photo, Chris. We will see. Right. So, games warming up. Joe Cullen against Gary Anderson. Don't worry, the launch and the alarm will be back. Yeah, Wessel lost. Lost to a very good performance from Jimmy Van Schie. Look, yeah, Jimmy's class. Yeah, look, he has got a cult following. I agree. But is he playing well at the moment? He's doing okay. On the Pro Tour, yes, but look, Luke will be fine. Yeah, look, we're just waiting for the last 32 games to get underway. It is. Okay, a little bit slow, but I'm sure we'll get there. Looks like Gilding is. No worries. Antoinette, have a good one. After the World Series, he went on holiday for 2 weeks. I think we could see. Look, the way he's going, we absolutely could. But just as I said, Gilding looked to be taking control. Mansell's pressed the turbocharge button. Wessel lost today. He didn't play badly. He ran into a very good performance from Jimmy Van Schie. And Mansell has put us back on throw. Can we just get the other games going now? Looks like they are holding the last 32 to all go at the same time. Hybrex to Decker, all Belgian battle. Love to know how they can have 4 stream boards. I know. It's like, just get everything else on the go. Who does Littler have? I will tell you. Luke. Just getting the right page up. Drew Roos, thank you. I was on a load of games now, warming up. It will still have the darts in the decider. But he was in a golden opportunity, agreed. Oh. Don't worry, I'm ready. As soon as this last leg is done, you know what's coming. Oh, and they've gone Connor, Scott, Matt Campbell underway. Don't worry, I'm poised. We will, as soon as this last leg is done, we are there. Gilding's left a bogey number. Connor Scott has taken the opener. Tops for Gilding. And Gilding wins it in the end, but it's time to launch. Straight into this. For Barney Alarm and Connor Scott 2-0 up on Matt Campbell. Barney Johnny is streamed. Balls to it. It wasn't my interview. We've asked Barney about it. It was a Dutch one that he did. Connor Scott is something else. Agreed, Chris, he is. Yeah, Barney on stream board number 2. Dobie and Clements underway as well. We've got some belters. Littler takes the opener against Drew Roos. I'm ready to go. Still think he should use Freedom. Kingdom. I suppose saying good luck, thank you, every time we get this train. Yeah, no, I get it. Connor Scott averaging 118 right now. Incredible stuff from the sniper. Gary Anderson, Joe Cullen on stream board number 3. Drew Roos. Yeah, look, we saw him in the World Cup produce some ridiculous numbers as well. Do the PDC have to play? Yeah, look, I'm not sure if it's the PDC or if it's Sky, but yeah, there will be license fees to pay. Because I think it was Bunting in the Premier League wanted to use a Beatles song, but they couldn't get the rights for it or something. Gabriel Clements levels it up with Dobie. Dirk takes the opener against Merv. Gary casually averaging 120 over 2 legs. Why not? Mervyn King is now in the green for the Players' Championship Finals. He's up to 63rd on that list, which also means he must be getting close to the World Championships, and he is. So he's only a couple of wins away from Chris Landman. Yeah, look, leg one, they can all have a poor first leg. If he's doing it after 4 or 5, there's obviously an issue. Barney 2-1 up on Johnny Clayton. Benjamin Drew Royce has levelled it up with Luke Littler, 2 apiece for the Dane. This way is better than ESPN right now. Not a problem, mate. Thank you very much. Gary Anderson, 3-0 up, averaging 118. This is just silly darts. Not a problem at all. Glad you are all enjoying this today. Dave Chisnell, 2-0 up on Chris Landman. Johnny levels it up with Barney. Matt Campbell, 2 legs on the board, but still trails Connor Scott 5-2. Dolan 1-0 up on Heta. Chris Dobie 3-1 up on Gabriel Clements. Joe Cullen has a leg on the board as the Gary Anderson average plummets by some 6 points in that leg to a measly 111. No problem at all, Maria. Glad to have you in. Luke is using the new Prodigy ones again. Look, they're exactly the same dart. It's just a colour difference. Lots. No, just the cherry Pepsi Max, mate. No booze for me. Mike de Decker 3-1 up in the Battle of Belgium. Lucas Venick 2-1 up on Thibaut Tricol. Barney back in front against Johnny Clayton. Bunting 3-0 up on Watamina. And often is double 5 route 10. Yeah, look, Michael Smith does it a lot as well, and I don't like the 5 double 10 route for 25 because if you then come inside 10s, your original dart at the single number blocks the double. The only way that works is if you are confident of throwing the flatty at the single 5. Won't be watching the football tonight because I am driving to York. The joys, rock and roll. Darren Beveridge 2-1 up on Bionic Berry Van Peer. The Decker in control 4-1 up on Hybrex. Remember everyone, thank you very much for your continued support here on the channel. Doing what we love best. Matt Campbell is on a charge here. He's back to within 1 of Connor Scott. Look, Connor's still averaging 103. He's doing very, very little wrong here, but Matt Campbell is showing us what he can do. Clayton, 3 apiece. Benjamin Drew Ruse has just broken Luke Littler. Is the nuke about to depart? Darren Beveridge 3-1 up now. Jimmy Vansky trails Jeffrey de Graaf 4-3. Gary Anderson 5-2 up on Cullen, averaging 113. Michael Smith in front against Gurney. Barney back in front against Johnny Clayton. Mike de Decker absolutely smashes Kim Hybrex. 6-1. Connor Scott is over the line against Matt Campbell. Decent game between the pair. 6-4 to the sniper. Could be Thunder nice. Gary Anderson, a 6-2 winner over Joseph Cullen, averaging 112, 6-6. Let's catch the end of it on the stream in a second. As Anderson just doing Anderson things. Luke's just hit the big fish. Brilliant. I'm watching it now. Oh, it's mad. Oh, I'll tell you what. The smirk across his face he is smiling like a Cheshire cat. I know, but Benjamin Drew Roos has got a high level in him. How we doing, Max? Hope you are good. Oh, missed opportunity. Drew Roos has just missed a couple of darts to break again. But Littler has missed as well. Yes, Gary Anderson doing Gary Anderson things, isn't he? Chris Dobie has beaten Gabriel Clemens 6-2. Ton top in average for Hollywood. Watamina trails Bunting 4-2. Drew Roos now has the opportunity to win this one. How much money for each win? Christopher, so Barney back in front against Clayton. Chisnell 1 away. So if you win your first round game at the Pro Tour, it is £1,000. You win your last 32 game, it's 1,500. 2,500 for the last 16. 3,500 for the quarterfinals. 5 grand for the semi-finals. Runner up is 10, and the winner is 15. How are we doing, Dartmark from Canada? Glad you are watching. Yeah, Dracol undone all of his good work, beating Cameron Menzies, but is about to go down to Lucas Vainick. Andrew Gilden, Robert Owen now underway. Oh, we said this the other day, Ross. If Gary liked darts, could you imagine how good he could have been? His career is already glittering. I'm not sure, Jay, why Hope I has chosen not to play. Littler's already reeled in one big fish. Can he do it again? Jeffrey de Graaf has just beaten Jimmy Van Schie 6-4. Joyce levels up with Noppert 4 apiece. Drew Roos 93 to win it. Barney has beaten Johnny Clayton 6-4. The 1-2-6 to save himself for Littler. That's like a cheat code, isn't it? Oh. Chizzy beats Chris Landman. Hetter is absolutely solid. How are we doing, Jack? I'm very well, mate. How are you? I think Hempel's had a good year. I think he's done all right. Dolan still fighting against Hetter, but trails 4-2. It looks as if Littler is going to come through an examination here. Benjamin Drew Roos has pushed him all the way. A couple of big finishes, including the big fish, seems to have got him over the line. but Littler will come back. 3 clear match starts at tops to get the job done. Daryl Gurney back within 1 of Michael Smith. So tops for Littler. And it goes. Luke Littler defeats Benjamin Drew Ruse. Andrew Gilding now 2-0 up on Robert Owen. Let's go for a bit of Damon Heta. Yeah, I think that Johnny can get back to those levels, 100%. Yeah, all good, mate. Back on the board this evening. No, good stuff, mate. You played some good stuff last week. All about timing, Chris. All about timing. Yeah, very good match. Very good. Enjoyed that. Yeah, they are long days. We know Merv King loves to get there early. Darren Beveridge, 1 away from booking his place in the last 16. Brendan Dolan has a leg back. Tricol not done just yet. Was 5-1 down, back-to-back legs. Barry Vampire is within 1 of Beveridge now. Bunting beats Watamina. Don't know, didn't watch it. Don't know if anyone did. Dirk van Duivenbode has beaten Mervyn King 6-1. The Aubergenius into the last 16. Treble 19, double 12. Cheers, Samo. Thank you very much. Yeah, look, good day for Mervyn King. He's back in the race for the Players' Championships, and he's not far off the World Championship spot. What's going on in Smith and Gurney? It's 5 apiece at the moment. Oh, has Dark Connect just crashed? Looks like Dark Connect is dead. Yeah, I think Dark Connect seems to be down at the moment, everyone. Yeah, it's down. Yeah, I'm glad it's not just me. Gary's melted it. Yeah, literally, all I'm getting is host server error on Dark Connect at the moment. No, my guess is. Oh no, it looks like we're back up. What? We're live. Why wasn't I told? Or are we? I don't know. Keith, he doesn't practice anywhere near as much as everyone else. He hasn't practiced with Ryan properly for a while just because of schedules. They played a couple of times before the World Match Play, but it's nowhere near as much as what it used to be, and that's just because of timings and that. Yeah, still can't get into a game either. Yeah, it won't let me into a game. Oh, 100%, Max. I agree that there is a sweet spot somewhere between the two, and Daryl Gurney said that he's now come to the realization that he used to over practice. Ruse did play well. I agree. So don't really know what's going on at the moment because everything seems to be down. A 100%, technology can go wrong, mate. I agree. I don't know. Is the honest answer? Um, Darren 164. uh, Not at the moment, Lendl. It's tad annoying, isn't it? uh, yeah, at the moment it's completely dead. Beverage 164. No, look, there's nothing we can do about it. The Dark Connect has officially died. Oh, let's just move there. Damon Hatter is 5 apiece now by the look of it. No, I won't. Antoinette, I will be streaming. I won't be at home doing it. I shall be doing it from another location. I will be here. Well, are we back up and running? Are we? Nope. Interesting, everyone, isn't it? Bring back our AOL dial-up. It's back up in the... Why are we back up here? Ish. Andrew Gilding is 5-0 up on Robert Owen. Daz, at the moment, I don't know because Dark Connect is down. Have you heard of any darts coaches in Australia? Practiced perfect. I don't, but let me ask some people I know, see if I can find one for you. We'll try and help where we can. Oh, jacket potato, tuna, beans and cheese. That's a leap, that is, Chris. Folks, we're having issues, including me. 12. Oh, oosh, Anthony, oosh. Nothing on where social media yet. Doots, there it is. Back but slow. My home screen still isn't moving. Dirk beat Merv 6-1. Doots upside your head. Yes, Max, that's another one. Liking it. Well, this is interesting. I'll tell you what. PDC was on Smith got beat. Yeah, Gurney 6-5. We saw that one on the stream. I don't know, James, because by the look of it, it was still working in the venue. Yeah, nothing on PDC social or Dark Connect social. Do you think if Gary Anderson continues his form of 100+ average, he must be fine? Yeah, look, I think Gary will win a TV tournament. Oh yes, Scotty, that's a superb. Oh, he who must not be named, Chris. Edgar, Doots, push pineapple. That's up there. I'm a fan. Oh, all of a sudden, we've got a load of legs. Looks as if they might be fixing it. No. Oh. Well, it looks like we've got some results now, at least. Yeah, I agree, Anthony. I think it will be venue based as well. Right, so let's run you through. We've got all the results in there. Dave, I'm going to go in board order. Board 1, Dave Chisnell beat Chris Landman 6-2. Raymond Van Barneveld, a 6-4 winner over Johnny Clayton. Bagel served from Andrew Gilding, a 6-0 whitewash of Robert Owen. Gary Anderson, a 6-2 winner over Joe Cullen, averaging 112.66 en route to victory. Connor Scott and Matt Campbell had a decent game, 6-4 to the sniper. Lucas Vennick got the better of Thibaut Tricol, 6-3. Same scoreline for Bunting and Watamina. The Bullet marches into the last 16. Mike De Decker conquers Kim Huybrechts in the Battle of Belgium, 6-1 for the real deal. Luke Littler survived a scare, a big fish, and a 1-2-6 on the way to a 6-5 win over Benjamin Drew Roos. Ice cold Darren Beveridge is into the last 16, beating Bionic Barry Van Peers, 6-4. Hollywood Chris Dobie gets the better of the German giant Gabriel Clements, 6-2. De Graaf continues his great day, adding Jimmy Van Schicke to his list of victims, 6-4. Dirk Van Duivenberg, the Uber Genius, 6-1 battering of Merv King on board 13. Super Chin Daryl Gurney saw off Michael Smith in a noble 6-5 to him. Damon Hetta again needed a last leg decider to get the better of the history maker Brendan Dolan, and Ryan Joyce, a 6-4 winner over Dane Oppett on board 16, concludes your last 32 ties. We can just mark them with a I'm not sure if do they actually have marking boards in there anymore. We just turned in. Yeah, Heavy Metal lost early today, Richard. That'd be too simple, David, wouldn't it? The old turn it off and turn it back on again. It looks as if they are waiting and holding to make sure everything is up and running again. Who do I fancy today? Right, so it's got to be Gary, isn't it? So have you ever thought about covering Dark brand launches? It depends with the launches, Max. It all depends on if we get invited to them. Look, Target, we've been invited to many of their launches, but they didn't have an in-person launch this year. Winmore Red Dragon don't tend to have in-person launches. Gob covered the Unicorn launch last year for us, and I'm sure we'll get an invite back to that. Look, we may start doing a few reviews. Yes. Cheers, Joe. Yeah, give us a like, everyone. Massively appreciate it. Chris Dobie is still in. Hollywood safely into the last 16. So, PDC have just tweeted stream games will be Chizzy against Barney, Gilding against Anderson, Dirk against Gurney, Bunting against Decker. And these will all commence from 4:30. So it looks as if they have solved the Dark Connect riddle. Looks like they've powered the internet back up and we are ready to rock and roll, which is always a good thing. Phil, if Sky offered you a job, what would you say? If I had to give up the channel, I wouldn't do it. How are we doing, Pete? Good to have you in as always, buddy. Always a pleasure when you join us. Hope you are well. Not if I had to give up the channel, I wouldn't. Who do you think is the longest in the shower on tour? Oh, Gezi. Back up. Are they playing the fun? Yeah, we'll have a winner today. Love the darts. Gary Anderson is still in. Who beat Dom Taylor? Because Dom played very well to beat Aspinall. Who then beat him? Damon Hetta averaging 109. That'll do it. I imagine. Well, that doesn't bear thinking about. Liam Mandel Lawrence on tour. Whoa. Right. It looks as if the games are warming up, which is a good thing. So, we've got a couple of bits to play because they're both still in. They're both going. Are you ready? There's one, followed by the launch. So we are ready to rock and roll for the last 16 action. Yeah, look, it looked if you look what Barry said, James, it's the PDC know the value of their product. and Sky need to get somewhere near that value. When it's the second most viewed sport on their platform behind Premier League football, and the PDC know its value, then they've got to come up with some readies. Heta 6-5. Yeah, the Littler game's not streamed, so we will do. We'll put Littler against Beveridge up. There we go. That is up there. Who other than Sky realistically have the funds though, excluding the... So yeah, look, the obvious one, Pete, I think that TNT would have the budget for it, I think. We've seen what TNT have spent on other sports. So I would suggest that they do. But outside of that, you look at Amazon Prime, DAZN, one of them, Netflix, Disney. Look, they're all taking sport now. I'm not saying they take darts, but look, we all know what Matchroom are like, and if one of these streaming platforms are offering significant more money, they'll take it. Yeah, Connor Scott having a really good run today. What determines the stream games? Basically, the tournament director, James, in the venue picks the stream games. I'm presuming it'll either be Keith Bisbee or Scott Gibling today. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm just trying to update the results. I'll have a look in a second. How are we doing? Adam, hope you are good, mate. Good to have you in. Yeah, I agree, Pete, that Sky will not want to lose their second biggest viewed sport. I'm completely with you that they will find the right number, shall we say? To get everyone on the right path. Well, I'd be amazed if they didn't find the right number. Let me just update the scores. There we go. Right, we are ready to rock and roll. Beveridge 1-all. Right, where were we? With the PDC, want some free-to-air tournaments like it is now. Yeah, I would guess so. Look, and the ITV contract has been renewed for another year, so we know there's at least another year of... Pete, I've just seen your comment. I'll come on to that in a second. I'll work down to you, but yes, there is a theory that I've got. The PDC need to be careful with boxing going to DAZN and Matchroom. Yeah, I agree, but look, if let's for argument's sake say DAZN offer, I don't know, 800 million over 10 years. That's guaranteed. No, I'm not saying they will, but I'm just plucking. Then it is 10 years. It's a 10-year deal for good money. Not baffling me. I'm good, Villa fan. Thank you very much. Steve, how are we doing from the USA? Whereabouts are you from in the States, mate? They could, mate. I don't see them splitting the rights. Pete, we had Matt Edgar on earlier, and I said it then, and I'll say it again. So, call me a cynic, but it's the way my brain works. The current Sky deal expires November 2025. So it's this year's World Championship and everything next year. So November 25. ITV have just signed a 1-year extension. So their last tournament will be the Players' Championship finals in November 2025. So all of a sudden, both deals run out at the same time. Everybody up in there. That's what you have to do, isn't it? Also, you've got to again factor into this. Sky have launched Sky Sports Plus, so there's an opportunity for lots more content there as well. That could we see the Euro Tour, a part of this new deal? Could we see the Euro Tour end up on Sky Sports Plus in the UK potentially? Lendo, I don't think it was the broadcaster's decision. I think that's what the PDC offered. I don't think it was a broadcast. I think ITV would have signed a longer deal. Yeah, the bunny alarm went off. No worries. Been listening while driving to the range. Good stuff. Chizzy Barney locked at one piece. Yeah, because then both deals run out at the same time, Lendl. So you're then potentially got one big deal. Could they offer everything to Sky? Look, that wouldn't. When you look at it, if they could do a deal, Sky took everything, then they've got. You think they've got 14 Euro Tours, 34 Players Championships. There's a load of content for Sky Sports Plus then. Massachusetts, nice. Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Do I think Villa will score tonight? Yeah. No 9 darters as of yet, Naz. Andrew Gilding 2-0 up on Gary Anderson. It's a bit of a pedestrian pace, this one. I don't think Gary is particularly enjoying the pace of this one, but again, that's something that he has to learn to combat. Yeah, or just Jerry could just be tired. Remember, he had a really good run yesterday. Another goodish run today. He's not getting any younger, Merv, is he? He could have just hit the wall. Andrew Gilding has punished another Gary Anderson mistake. 3-0 Gilding. Anderson missing opportunities all over the place here. what happens when the Worlds is made protected broadcast and has to be on free to air like the FA Cup final champion? Pete, general, on just a general question, do you think that darts will get to a point where it's big enough to warrant that? Possibly, Anthony, but I look at it that I think, look, Sky are the major player in this. Out of the ITV tournaments, I think maybe it's only the UK Open they potentially want back. I've got no prior knowledge, but my gut says with the amount of content the PDC now have is they'll want or try. I think they may try and position it all on Sky, everything. I hope not, because I like darts on free to air, but I just think that we could see it. .180 gets Anderson back into this leg, but still has a lot of work to do. .41 gives Anderson hope here. This 108 may have to go to get him back into this. And it doesn't. Bit of a disaster. So Gilding for 4-0. Littler 3-all with Beveridge at the moment, but break opportunity for the Nuke. Gilding misses. Is Anderson going to hit? Lifeline for Anderson. Things the world's over X as well appear on the. It could be a huge opportunity, but I don't think any free-to-air TV has the budget to take the Worlds off of Sky or a streaming platform. Danger of growth. Yeah, it is growing quickly, I agree. But it'll be interesting. The thing is that I agree, Anthony, but also you remember Sky like the fact that they've got the big three in the Worlds, the match play in the Premier League. Afternoon, Dan. Hope you are good. Yeah, good day for both of them, mate. But Andrew Gilding is on a 9. What's going on here? Is it going to be thumbs up for Goldfinger? 1-4-1 for the magical moment for Andrew Gilding against Gary Anderson. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed double 12 for the 9. Oh, well, let's see how close this was. Oh, he didn't get a dart at it. The dart at treble 19 was in the corner of treble 3. So he just set it up. But Gilding, this could get tricky. Yeah, tricky. Gary Anderson could have lost the leg to a 9-darter, but is he about to steal it? He's missed the bullseye. Gilding gets another opportunity. Last starting hand, Andrew Gilding, 4-1. Yeah, James, Sky are cost cutting, but there are certain things they can't afford to lose. You think if you lost your second biggest viewed sport, that puts a huge hole in your viewing numbers. I get some of the littler stuff, but if you're losing your second biggest viewed sport, you're in a world of trouble. Littler has the chance to break Beveridge here and does. One away the nuke. Chizzy locked at 3 apiece with Barney. Ryan Joyce 5-2 up on Damon Hetta, averaging 110. Hetta averaging 106.79 and getting no change whatsoever. Gurney 3-3 with Dirk now. Dirk levels it up. Dobie 5-4 up on De Graaf and Bunting 4-3 up on De Decker. I don't think this year, no. Oh. Dan, let me send you this. Because this Chinese in Manchester looks exceptional. Last time I spoke to Connor, he was going to choose Lakeside over Ali Pally, which I don't get. Just sent you something to have a look at, Dan. It looks incredible. Luke Littler has beaten Darren Beveridge 6-4. Tidy game, this one. Right, quickly, chat room. Would you like Chizzy against Barney or Dirk against Gurney? Ruben, nothing. Wessel played okay. Played Jimmy Van Schie, who played brilliantly. Looks like Barney's won the vote. There we go. Bit of the Chizzy Rascal and Barney. Yeah, and not just that, Adam. As it stands, he's currently in a match play spot for next year already as well. Yeah, I don't think Gary's enjoying the pace particularly. Scott Williams lost early today. Yeah, Dan, let me have a look what you think of that place. It looks incredible. I get the logic, Jamie, but I would bat it back to you. One, is Lakeside that big a deal anymore? In the grand scheme of the darting landscape, does it have the same clout? For me, absolutely not. And two, he's playing well enough to go and do things at Alexandra Palace. We see the numbers he's posting, incredible. And three, the world match play is huge. If he could get there. Gary Anderson, not done just yet. Lakeside is the WDF World Championship, Ruben. No. Pete, it's the same. Players will not be allowed to play in both. Stephen Bunting has beaten Mike De Decker. Chizzy is on course to beat Barney here. Gary Anderson needs a big visit. A ton, not really enough. Connor has he's got good people around him, so yeah, look, I'm sure he's discussing it with them. Dave Chisnell beats Raymond van Barneveld. Looks as if Gilding is about to seal victory over the Flying Scotsman, Gary Anderson. Connor Scott. Gilding misses. Has Gary Anderson got a lifeline in him? No, he hasn't. So, Gilding this time beats the Flying Scotsman 6-3. Dirk has just broken Gurney, sending us into some overtime. And that's the thing, Jerry. It's keeping that money on your ranking is huge. Otherwise, you start from scratch. He's seeded for Pro Tours and things like that. Having that seeding is huge. I felt, as a player, would you rather win Lakeside or a Euro Tour? Look, just, people know my opinion on it. Look, the WDF has a place in the sport, and I'd never question that. But is it the be all and end all for the very top players? No. But if you're winning a Euro Tour, the likelihood is you're not playing in the WDF circuit either. How you going, Anton? I'm good, mate. Oh, don't. The Lakeside Hall of Fame is still cringy. It's like Rogue's watch. Will Barney ever win a second PDC World title? Not for me, no. Cheers, Villa fan. Thank you very much. But we have a noble leg. Dirk has turned this one around, but is going to have to break again. Gurney has the darts here. What has Dirk got in the locker? It needs to be probably a 12 to win. Oh, this is special from Dirk. Against the darts, kicks off 140, 180. For 3 legs on the spin, this would hurt. Gurney can't leave a finish. So Dirk has all the time in the world right now. Again, that the 59 just invites pressure. A 140 or bigger just invites pressure. But Gurney comes up dry. So doesn't need to go the eye-catchy route here, Dirk. Can just set this up with clarity to come back with 3 darts in hand. Oh my. It's 2 stinkers. If Dirk loses from here, he will be livid because he might not get a dart at a double. He may only get a dart. Can Dirk see this off? No. Gurney, outside chance here. This would sting. This would feel like a steal from Gurney. Close, but no cigar. So Dirk, 3 clear darts at tops to complete the comeback. Oh my, Dirk. What have you done? Disaster for the Ober genius. Punished from Gurney. That will hurt Dirk. He has missed. Gurney put his darts down. Right, well, we get to fantastic. Yeah, superb. Do you think a woman will win a major in the next decade? Because look, I'm fully on board of. I believe that women can be as good as men. I agree with what Fallon said in her interview with Wayne. It's about exposing yourself to those places and playing it. I look at Paige Pauling. She's probably the first girl player to come through the now academy system, where from a young age she's been playing at the same level, doing the same things as boys, and she is producing some great things. So 100%, I think so. Look, people forget that Fallon got to the quarterfinals of a PDC ranking major in the Grand Slam. She got to the final of a World Series event. Bo is incredible. We've seen the numbers that Bo is posting. 100%. I think so. Yeah, Bob, I don't know if there is a TV deal for Lakeside this year. We haven't heard anything. So okay, down. Bo could win a major. Look, but Bo's game is incredible, but you just feel it's a confidence thing with Bo. That she openly said she doesn't like playing against the men. So I don't think we'll ever, or not in the foreseeable future, do I think we'll see her compete against the men. Scott won. Yeah, look, Connor Scott is doing incredible things. She'll win as many as she wants to. Like everyone knows my opinion on the WDF situation. I'd prefer to see Bo at Ali Pally 100% because I think she can go there and do amazing things. Look, let's be honest. At this year's current Lakeside, I think there's only one player that could stop Bo. Only one. Well, no, two. Herself and Lisa. I think she's 1-8 to win the tournament already. Yeah, Todd. That's her take on it, but I disagree with it. I think she is good enough. Don't see that happening somehow, Lendl. Yeah, it's a very UK dominated last 8. Haven't heard anything, Mark, about the Masters. Some quality women in my scene. How are we doing, Joel? Hope you are good. Yeah, Merv is positioned. Look, Gemma Hayter has only just started playing again. She was around before, took a hiatus, but yeah, we saw Gemma at the Super Series a few weeks ago competing. 100%. Right, let's get the results updated for you. Right, that's them updated. So, quarterfinals to come. I know it's not going to happen, but do you think if so it's not the WDF enforcing this rule, it's the PDC. I think the WDF would allow her to play in both. This is a PDC enforced thing. If she was allowed, No, I think if she could play at Lakeside, she'd do both. Carrie has bipolar darts. Yeah, Chizzy warming up against Gilding. No, I think that Fallon will pick, if she qualifies for Ali Pally, she will continue to pick Ali Pally over Lakeside. No, it was the PDC that have done it, Chris. The interview I did with Matt last year said that. And look, the PDC at that time of year, and look, rightfully so, want all eyes on their product. They couldn't care less about Lakeside. They want all eyes on Alexandra Palace. I think she's overcritical that time, though, James. Christian Perez was in today, lost early. Who are you going for to win today? Look, Littler would be a bookie's favourite. Littler or Dobie. Do you think your darts action has had an impact on your ceiling? Yeah, look, I think it does. Max, look, you look at the test of time, the players that have stood the test of time, their actions all stand up to scrutiny, and that's been my issue with a few players. And look, Dave Chisnell's snatch as its thing is awful, but it still goes in. But I worry about Chizzy's action breaking down at key times, and he's not the only one, by the way. There's a few in there that the actions worry me. Did you hear that the Greaves got a 10 off? More than once I've heard, Chris. More than once. But yeah, they weren't too impressed with them in the pub on necking Jaeger bombs. Christian Perez was beaten 6-2 by Dirk van Duivenbode. Again, don't know if it was true, Chris, but also heard that when she won the match play last year, they weren't too happy with the match play trophy going on the pub crawl. No idea, Daz. No idea. I don't think there will be one. We'll just wait. They're warming up now, so anytime soon. Not allowed to show the action. It's copyrighted material. No, I don't think so, Jerry. I think Noah will get a fairly decent reception. Just waiting from all. Do you think Bo Greaves is the best woman player ever to play the game? In terms of levels that we've seen, yes. In terms of longevity, not yet. She's not been playing long enough. But in terms of the high levels that we've seen, that she produces an incredible standard. You look at, obviously, longevity wise, Trina is right up there for what she's done. Lisa, what she's done. Fallon, first televised 9 data from a woman and winning at Ali Pally. But it's just, if you're talking ceiling, yes. Max, absolutely none at the moment. I'm just going to put my light on. Got a bit dark all of a sudden. Right. There we go. Let's get this one up there because this is an absolute belter. Dobie and Littler. I think the winner of this game wins it. Do you think we need the PDC Regional Tour Finals of the top 8? Potentially. Look, I'd like to see the PDC work with the ADC as well on some stuff. I will be streaming tomorrow. I won't be at home though. I've got to de-rig some stuff to take with me. Yes, watched the Fallon interview this morning. I really enjoyed it, Malachi. Really enjoyed it. See, I don't want it in the. I wouldn't like to see it in the Olympics. Connor Scott takes the opener against Stephen Bunting. Look, I think there's a possibility, but for me, the Olympic Games should be the pinnacle of your sport, and it will never be for darts. The same reason why I don't think tennis, boxing, golf, and all that should be in there either, because the Olympics will never be the pinnacle of that sport. So, Dobie takes the opener against Littler. Scott takes the opener against Bunting. Joyce the opener against Gurney. And Gilding one up on Dave Chizzy Rascal Chisnell. Dobie 2-0 on Littler now. Hollywood doing a number on him. Yeah, it was a big ask for those to go straight from Switzerland to play in all three. I think that a few of them did the right thing. Brian, can you campaign for Peter Manning? How are we doing now? Hope you are good. Have you? No, I've never tried. I'm not good enough for that. Yeah, no way near good enough. Oof. Is there anybody in there? That's not for me to comment, Max. But there's a good game on screen now. Connor for the win. Yeah, he's playing well. Dobie 3-0 up. He is playing beautifully, Dobie, averaging a ton. Littler hasn't got the answers as of yet, but we know in the blink of an eye he could turn it around. Gilding 2-0 up on Chizzy. Dobie just looks so composed. Ryan Joyce just having his usual run from kind of nowhere, and look, Ryan Joyce is a good player, but needs to play more. Doesn't play enough. Cheers, Bonkers. Thank you very much. Even though it's been the system for the last few, there are players who mind playing Challenge Tour. Yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of the Challenge Tour system. I don't think 2 in a day is right. Gurney is now getting. Gurney's a tough cookie. He is playing well again. 100%. No worries, Antoinette. Good to have you in. Good luck at it, mate. Good luck at it. I'm sure you'll smash it. Some finely poised ties right now. Dobie, has he just opened the door for Littler to get back into this one? Dobie slams the door. Littler couldn't take the opportunity. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Connor Scott level with Bunting. Bunting got to the final yesterday. looking to go one better. Connor Scutt back in front against the bullet. No, I don't think he does. I just think he just does what he does, doesn't he? There's that could have been better from Hollywood. He could have been lower, leaving something a lot more manageable. Yes, I have, George, tried the Andos phase 6s. Bunting levels it up. Gilding doing what needs to be done against Chisnall at the moment. Luke has a leg back. Chris will be disappointed there. There was a chance. If you like that style of dart, George, they're a nice dart. They've got like that little spring onion type thing where they're a little bit front loaded. They're a nice dart. Wessel lost first round today, but look, he played well. He run into a very good performance from Jimmy Van Schie. Gurney in front against Joyce. Gurney or Joyce will play the winner of this one on screen. Look, this is good from Hollywood. He's averaging a ton. Scott back in front. Hi Phil, hope you are good. Just asking what are for dart players in this do they get most it's different players are on different deals, but most of them do get royalties, yes, off of what they sell or what their darts sell, not necessarily what they sell themselves. But yes, they do get royalties. Littler, not done yet, but he is at the point of no return. It will have to be 4 legs on the spin. When someone's averaging 102, that's difficult. Certainly not a gimme. But 42 to start the comeback for Littler. And it goes. There's one of the 4. 1 down, 3 to go. But Hollywood still big favourite. Stand-up performance today for me. Gary Anderson's in there again, averaged 112 to beat Joe Cullen. It's just all seems to be about Gary at the moment, doesn't it? I thought Keane Barry played well in round 1 to beat Nick Kenny. Big average from him. Heta put in a stunning average of 109. There's been some really good ones again. Yeah, Ryan Joyce again, 112 to beat Damon Heta. He is. Littler is going. Has he pressed the turbo charge? Maybe not. It might be a 10. There's 2. He's halfway. This would be some steal. Connor Scott, Stephen Bunting, landlocked at 4 apiece. Gurney, Joyce, 3 apiece. Gilding, edging Chisnell at the moment. I wouldn't say he's gone. He's still averaging 102 here. The fact that Luke has pressed the button. Joyce in front against Gurney. 4-3. What Dobie would do for a monster visit here. That just keeps Littler honest. Bunting has broken Scott to lead 5-4. 104 for Littler to send us to a last leg decider. Can't take it. Chance for Dobie to win it here. Let's be fair, you don't want to go into a last leg decider with Luke Littler after he's just won 3 on the spin. But 10s for the Nuke, 5 apiece. Remember, he trailed 5-2. It has been 3 sensational legs from Littler. No, Anderson lost to Andrew Gilding in the last round. Oh my, Chris, that's not what you want, but not punished. I don't think Littler will let him off twice. Not as bad as it could have been. But what's the setup play going to be like from Littler? Of course it is. Of course it is. Oh, is he going to reel in the big fish? This would be sensational. Oh my. He is something else, this boy. Oh my, Chris Dobie, take a bow. That is sensational. What a way to win it. Oh, Luke's board management is incredible. I agree. I'm just going to watch this on the stream. Treble 19. Treble 19. That is magical. Absolutely magical from Chris Dobie. Luke Littler just smiles. What a way to do it. No, the first start was above the treble 20, Brian, and they just planted another 2 in there for a 140. Chris Dobie, take a bow. Bunting has beaten Scott. Right, Gurney, Joyce or Chisnell? Gilding. Oh, look, Chris is incredible this year. Absolutely stunning from Chris Dobie. To be fair, I didn't look what it was next to, Dan, but how good does the food look? Gilding levels it up. Well, 2 seconds, everyone. I'm just going to mute for 2 seconds. Gilding is threatening the Chisnell throw here. Yeah, I just it just come up on my TikTok and the food was like wowzers, looked amazing. Bunting is going to go there, Jerry. I completely agree that from winning the Masters, I don't think Dave, I don't think Chizzy. So I'm looking at Chizzy on the screen. I don't think Bunting has hit the heights that he'd want or expect, but all of a sudden, he's just coming back to form. Daryl Gurney has beaten Ryan Joyce 6-4 to book a place in the semi-finals. But who will join him? Because Gilding has got a break opportunity. Gilding breaks. And already in that semi-final, we will see Chris Dobie taking on Daryl Gurney. Bunting awaits the winner of this one. This is good from Gilding. Again, he's one that has been off the pace. But all of a sudden, he's just finding some momentum. But Chizzy has the scoring power in the locker. We know that. But Gilding is in control. Down to 1-2-1 after 9. This has to be 140 or better from Chisnell. Disaster. No finish. Does Gilding win it in style with a cheeky little 1-2-1? Just sets it up. Didn't need to produce any fireworks, but we know pressure will come from Chisnell. It's just a case of how much. Maximum pressure because he leaves tops, but will he get a go is the question. Because Dave Chisnell waits, wonders, gets his opportunity. Match darts missed from Gilding. He's gone inside and inside again. Chizzy levels, steals it, survives match darts. Chisnell now becomes favourite. He's dodged 3 bullets. The stream's always behind. But maximum from Gilding. Nothing phases him. Fair enough, mate, fair enough. Gilding cut the 180 in half by not following it up. That's a good question. How good would that be just on the stream to see that? Chizzy doesn't leave a finish. Gilding does. But Chisnell can leave this very handy. Only a 60 though. So 1-2-1 for Gilding. Remember, he's already missed multiple match darts. Is he going to miss more? Oh, that's magical. Stunning from Goldfinger. I want to watch the stream now. I want to see if he gives it the thumb to the camera. I so want him to. Just Gilding planning a little stream booth. Give it a thumbs up. Go on, Andrew. Treble 20. Single 11. Bullseye. No thumbs up. Oh, fabulous shot from Andrew Gilding. That is for sure. So we have our semi-final lineup. It will be Andrew Gilding against Stephen Bunting. Chris Dobie against Daryl Gurney. What a lineup, folks. Like that confirmed robot. It's been absolutely superb, Stephen. I agree. Yeah, it's like, it's literally there, set. Yeah, look, getting to finals though is superb. Look, the standard that we're seeing from these guys these days, that getting to a final is an achievement in itself. How are we doing, Bernie? Hope you are good. Yeah, it would be great to see Bunting win again. I agree. Bird's the word. Let's go Bunting mental. Bunting fans in the chat room. Look, Stephen, over that format, we've seen so many updates, so many upsets in the World Grand Prix because of the format. It lends itself to upsets. The double in, double out, plus the short format. Yes, there is. Super chin wing. Look, he's playing well. Look, I can make a case for all four players that are left to win. Come on, Gilden, now's your time. Look, again, they're all playing well. It's good, isn't it? Obviously, final. The standard has gone through the roof. I agree. Yeah, look, speaking to Daryl a few times, he believes he's now a better player than when he won those majors. When you ask him, he says, I'm better now. But everyone else has got better as well. Is the problem. Scott, just out of interest, what part of the UK are you from? Because I'm down south, as everyone knows. Again, I played league darts for a long time and things like that, but we've never played it down here. Double in, double out. Cheers, Max. Yeah, I say he says it himself that he feels he's a better player. A lot of double in. Yeah, I know. I listened to people that played in North America a lot, and understand that there's a lot of double in, double out in North America, and I know the Northeast as well, because the boys speak about it. I'd have been moved here 12 months ago from Australia. Nice, mate. Yes, I think it's a northern stroke Scottish thing more than down here. I didn't really play double in start, but I preferred double 16 to finish. My favourite double was double 4. Curious to hear your thoughts on over practicing. Yeah, I 100% think you can over practice, Charles. I think better quality practice is better than doing too much. The same, I think it's the same in any sport, whether that's football, rugby. You can over prepare for things. You see boxers that have had a longer camp, and by the time fight night comes, they're knackered and stuff like that. So yeah, I think you can. I'm in Essex. We do a Dublin Summer League. Nice. Yes, I've seen the Manchester board, Joe. Sounds like the Yorkshire board back in the day as well. Stoke on Trent. Some great players come out of there, that's for sure. Paul, we played double in, double out in New Zealand. Love that, mate. Yeah, I watched the indoor. I obviously wasn't around, but yeah, I've seen it since on YouTube and things like that. I'd love to see a tournament or something on the, I call it the trainer board, but the one with the smaller doubles and trebles. I think it would be fascinating. True story. When I used to practice, with Bag, Ben Simpson, a lad that plays around here a lot with me. Once a week, we used to do a couple of hours on the trainer board, and I hit 3 140s in a row. Excuse me. What other format would you like to see? I'd love the one leg 1001 shootout. Cheers, Charles. Good stuff, Joe. Like that. I have to admit, I like all the tournaments, players, championships. Yeah, I get that, Scott. Get that. Unpopular opinion, but I think those trainer boards make you worse as a player. Just out of interest, Rob. How come? Right, let's just update. My main reason is you get frustrated by not hitting the target straight score you think you should be. Again, I think that comes down to a mindset thing. Then I think if you're strong enough mind to do it, Update the scores. And they are up there now for you. Did you prefer the? I prefer the old format personally, Raymond. Just one leg, Joe. One leg, 1001 shootout. A bit like Matt just said earlier, practicing against the best every time. Yeah, no, I get that. Like I say, we used to do one session a week on it, and just play. Gilding versus Bunting. Who knows, Matt? Yeah, it's a tough one to go. Charles, what do you mean for what? What my one leg 1001? I'd just like a tournament, one leg 1001 shootout in the PDC. I'd love it. Oh, we are underway. Let me update. They're not hanging around. I like this. There's that one. And let me just sort the other one out as well. And there we go. Both are on show as we come back to Dobie being on a 9. He couldn't, could he? Welcome back, Chris Dobie. 141 for a magical 9 data. Is it time? No. Oh. I'm at first to 7 now. Dobie for an early break. 1-0 to Hollywood. Gilding. Will return. This is for the opener against the Bullet, Stephen Bunting. Gilding has missed opportunity for Bunting to break in leg 1. Scott, I agree. I think he's a massive danger. Bunting breaks. Gilding made an absolute mess of that. Gurney is threatening the instant break back as well here. Has Dobie undone all the good work early. .76 for Gurney to level. Breaks back. 1-1 in semi-final number 2. 1-0 to Bunting in semi-final number 1. Just not firing on all cylinders yet. Bunting looking in a good position to double his advantage. Do you think the players will skip more tournaments? Popular? Yeah. I think the top players have to skip. They can't play in everything. Is there any data on past pricks for double percentage on players have on doubling? I don't have any. There must be some somewhere, Scott. Bunting 2-0 up in a race to 7 against Andrew Gilding. But Dobie, could it be 3 breaks of throw in a row in the second semi-final? It is. If you follow him on Twitter, Scott, Darts Tracker, Carl Fletcher, who does it, he may have some. Or if Lendl is in the chat room, he may have some as well. You 2 of your best bets. Yes and no, Raymond. I think it could be done a little bit better, but look, a lot of it is dates and venues and things like that. There's not a perfect situation for this, so I think you just have to manage your own situation. All of a sudden, Dobie has just put on the afterburners. Cody Rhodes was just on with power. Love that, Anthony. Love that. (3-1) Hollywood. Gurney has just lost the range. Dobie has found his range. Could go through the gears here. Gilding has a leg back against Bunting. It's been a good response here from Gurney. And then he does a 45. Not good. (140) from Dobie. He is all of a sudden threatening a double break of throw. Looking good, Hollywood. Power scoring from Bunting. as he looks to go 3-1 in front. (3-1) to the Bullet. Is it going to be 4-1 Dobie, or has Gurney got a huge 3-figure finish in the locker? He hasn't, so Hollywood looking at tops. 4-1 double break. Super Chin is up against it. There are a few different formats in majors during the year. Do you think there should be some Pro Tours that implement the formats? Good question, Jerry. Would I be against it? No, I think I'd quite like it. Has Gilding won? I don't believe so. Off the top of my head, Daniel, I'm going to say no. I don't remember him winning anything. I think he's been quite poor since winning the UK Open. Tell you what's not poor is this from Chris Dobie, averaging 105, on the verge of going 5-1 up. Brilliant from Hollywood. The 62 goes 5-1. Bunting. Can he punish the Gilding mistake for 4-1? Not this time around, he can't. Gilding breathes again to keep this one close. 2-2. Goes first dart. Bunting will feel he's missed an opportunity there. But this is sensational from Hollywood. He's threatening the Gurney throw once again. Back-to-back maximums. He's going to give him an opportunity for 6-1. This is a demolition job. He's averaging 107 at the moment. And a rare miss. How has he ended up on... Oh, he's hit the treble 12. Sorry, it's my fault. I realised what he had left. Dobie is on it. But Gurney can't rescue the situation either. So Hollywood comes back for 6-1. No lifeline for Gurney. It is one-way traffic. And Chris Dobie will now throw for a huge 7-1 victory. Fabulous darts from Chris Dobie. But Gilding has a break back opportunity in the other semi-final here. The 104 may have to go. Bunting is poised on double 16. But to get us back on throw for Andrew Gilding doesn't go. And he's missed an opportunity. I tell you what, there's no opportunity for Daryl Gurney because Chris Dobie has been sensational. $81 for Hollywood. And this doesn't have to go, by the way. Tees up double 16. And there is nothing that Daryl Gurney can do about it apart from hope. But hope has gone out the window. That is sensational from Chris Dobie. 7-1 demolition job. Well, I'm just looking. Oh. That Chris Dobie is already qualified currently for the Grand Slam of Darts with 2 Pro Tours to his name. Players Championship 7 and Players Championship 19. This would be his 3rd Players Championship of the year if he goes on to win this. Oh, it was a demolition job, Raymond. It was devastating. Opportunity here for Bunting for 5-2. Big moments. Double break of throw for Stephen Bunting. Yep, Gary is in the slam, courtesy of his Euro Tour victory. So yeah, he is in. And then Bunting kicks off Max. Has Andrew Gilding got any response? .103 average for the Bullet at the moment. Let's have a look where he is on the tour card race. If not by the end of the world, certainly by mid next year. So yeah, he's provisionally 19. Yeah, he's not got that much. Yeah, he could be. .135. Has Bunting ever won one? Yeah, he's won a couple. Adam, I think 2016 and 2021. So he has 2 of them to his name. How we doing, Andy? I'm good, mate. Hope you are good. Bunting 1 away. This is magical from the Bullet. Chris Dobie awaits, who was sensational in a 7-1 battering of Daryl Gurney. But Gilding has the darts here. No, that is a big downfall. Charles, agreed. How are we doing now? I hope you are good. The werewolf is in. Yeah, he's certainly in the mix. No, I think Dobie is as well. Gary for me, Andy, if I'm picking between the two. But Gilding to get a leg back, look, he still has an awful lot of work to do. To be fair, I would have had those in the Premier League, Chris, but I can understand why he was left out this time. Look, it took something extraordinary, didn't it? What Luke did. I haven't, but I'm going to watch now. No, now you've said that, I'm going to have a look. But it looks as if the race is run for Gilding. .96. Now, here we go. Is it now? Match starts missed for Bunting. Can Gilding Ooh, what a pop, pop, pop. That is from Andrew Gilding. Yeah, he's pulled that out. Has this one just turned again? Bunting just will want to get this one done. But Gilding hasn't been able to capitalise on that finish. The momentum has not been there. Yeah, he's not backed it up, has he, Scott? He got himself into a good position, but ultimately it now looks set for Bunting. And it is Stephen Bunting makes it through to back-to-back finals. 7-4 victory over Andrew Gilding. Great run from Goldfinger, though. Just update the scores. Oh, I love that now. I love that. Right, so we have a final. Who are we saying? Look, it's going to be good. Bunting. That he has been. I agree that he probably is due, but I think look, he's going to have to up it because the performance that that Dobie put in that semi-final. If he goes there, then it should be a great game. I'm looking forward to this one. Bunting is currently 8th. I think I think he's in the conversation. But I think there's only 4 guarantees that are in at the moment. They are Luke, Michael, and Rob Cross. I think they're the only ones that are guaranteed places right now. I think the others are all in the mix. For it. But yeah, the 150 was superb. Yeah, another one tomorrow. Liam, Rob is provisionally 3 or 4 in the world. So, and I don't see him dropping out of there. So, I think he's an automatic pick. No, I will be live, Rob. I just won't be here at home. So I'm going to try and take the computer with me and so we can have the posh view like we are now. But at worst, I'll have the not quite so glamorous layout because I have to do it off my laptop. But we will be streaming. 100%. Yeah, so basically, once we're done here, I've got a 4.5 hour drive to York. Love that, Jack. Love that. I don't, mate. You played really well. I think it'll be close, but I think I think Hollywood takes it. Cheers, Jerry. Yeah, look, I'd rather do it tonight, get up there, and then I can sleep tomorrow, and then I'm going to stream from the Barbican in York, because then I've got rehearsal in the evening for Friday. So come on, in the chat room, get them in. What's your score predictions going to be? Eight, 7 bunting. Yeah, so I'm going to go into one of the rooms and set up my stuff so we can stream, and then afterwards, because also from York, I'm doing the on-stage interviews with the players as they win for broadcast. So I need to be there for the rehearsal. When you're streaming from the cabin, look, we'll sort something out, and I'm happy to come over at some point. We'll work it out. Cheers, Max. Yeah. I'm sure we can get a roll with it in there. Is it on again tomorrow? Yeah, we're on again tomorrow, Adam. If so, look, I think Chiswick will be in the mix. He'll be in the mix to pick up glory. But we have. Hopefully, shouldn't be too long either. I like that. I believe Luke is playing. Yes. Yeah, Aaron's done well. He's managed to not forfeit. Look, Matt does an incredible job. Paul, get on really well with Matt. He's doing a wonderful job. Yeah, Sedansky, the honourable Irishman. Good stuff, Max. Good stuff. You've always got to live in the moments. Yeah, to be fair, me and Matt get on really well. Oh, we've got the game warming up, which is good. That means there is an official in the booth. That's always a good sign. Right, so final then score predictions. What are we saying? It's if they really want to take it, Max, probably somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. But most of them just want to get on with it. And we have pictures. We are ready to rock and roll, everyone. Bunting against Hollywood. And Chris has won the darts. New ADC update is good. Marking system. Yeah, I saw the post on social media, Jack. I haven't looked at what it's about. I'm glad it's a good update. Right. We are ready to rock and roll then. Bunting has started on fire here and has the Dobie darts under immediate pressure. One, 2-1 for a break. Can Dobie rescue it with the big fish? Not this time, so tops for Bunting to break. Even this early, how big a moment could that be if Dobie takes out the 65? I think that's a massive moment early in this game. Who would you have liked to seen dream matchup? Old school dart player versus modern. Oh, Jockey Wilson against MVG, something like that. And then Dobie starts with a max on the Bunting darts. That could be huge. I'd love to have seen Jockey and Eric play in these massive arenas for the Premier League. This is sensational from Hollywood. Survived a massive scare in leg one. And now he's got a break opportunity himself. But he's missed. Is it going to be roles reversed? Can Bunting rescue a hold of throw? No. These are the margins. Two-0 to Hollywood. Oh, it would be incredible. I'll tell you what else I'd like to see, Niall. Vintage Peter Manley against Luke Littler. Just to see what games Manley would try and play. Yeah, Chris, I think we'll see a Phil Taylor book. This game is just ticking along nicely at the moment. That just opens the door for bunting. Big visit, that. Dobie needs to respond. May not be enough. There's a good chance here for Stephen Bunting. Doesn't go, but leaves tops. Unless Dobie can produce the first three-figure out of this final. And he can't. So, Bunting to get us back on throw. And we are 2-1. Chris Dobie leads, but on throw, Gerwin Price against He Who Must Not Be Named. I'd have watched it. Well, Bunting's dart at tops was a long way short. I was going to say, we've been here before. Dobie threatening another break here. As long as he hits a treble here, he's effectively stolen the darts. Hits three of them. Darts have definitely been stolen. $61 for Hollywood. Three, one. Nah, nothing scares Boris. You just feel that Stephen Bunting needs to find another gear. The way Chris Dobie's playing, averaging 103 at the moment. Oh no! Price wouldn't be. No, Price wouldn't be. Price isn't intimidated by anyone. Again, it's just a weird couple of legs here because Bunting is now pressuring the Dobie throw again. Neither player really comfortable on their own throw. Ton 121, 140 from Bunting to leave 140 after 9. Brilliant. Fabulous from Stephen Bunting. I said he needed to find something, and that something may be a big three-figure finish that he has just pinned. This one twisting one way, then the next. One of them just needs to grab it by the scruff of their neck. That's what I mean. Neither comfortable at the moment. Just got a little bit scrappy. Bit scrappy-do. So now, effectively, Dobie's got 6 to get rid of 252. Because Bunting isn't on a finish. And that will help a maximum. This would potentially put Dobie halfway to victory in his 3rd Pro Tour title of the year. Bunting replies in kind, but it may not be enough. Missed. Bunting breathes again, and this is for a level game. We are level. Bunting has put 6 points on his average. Dobie's has come down by a couple. Hence why we're level. Chatterbot's going to be too long for a Players' Championship. That's all right. Not much between them. Dobie will just want to set this up. Yeah, that'll do. Dobie's power scoring is becoming one of the best in the world. The power scoring is incredible from Hollywood. You definitely feel there is another TV title not too far away. Doesn't hit, but will return. Yeah, Dark Connect did go down early. That was a pain in the backside. Hollywood back in front, and now he is halfway to victory. Hold of throw, but leads Bunting for 3. They're both in a rhythm now. Both averaging 101. Just both seem to have settled. You get the feeling it was cagey early on, but this could either be settled by a moment of brilliance or a mistake. $81 for Bunting for a level game once again. Not there. And Hollywood, is he about to go fishing? Nope, he's not. But Bunting is going to have to tidy this up. 5-4-4, you would expect to be the route. And he's bust. That says to me, he's missed the big number somewhere. We'll let the pictures catch up in a minute. But Dobie can't punish. Again, could be a pivotal moment. Hollywood could have established that 2-leg cushion again, and Bunting did. He went into the big 12, going for the 5. And again, missed darts. Hollywood, this is your chance for 2-leg cushion again. Hollywood back in front. Any idea? I don't know off the top of my head, Chris. No. No worries, Scamp. Oh. Have a good one, mate, as always. Again, just a slip from Dobie. You just feel that both of them, in key moments, are just making little mistakes. They've both had opportunities to put decent gaps between themselves on their own throw, and they've both made a mess of it at times. Disaster. Remember, Dobie has the darts here and could have established a 3-leg cushion. But Bunting now on course to break back. Scores of 44 and 60 have been the undoing of Hollywood in this leg. So Bunting looking at 64 to cut the gap again and put us back on throw. But he can't take it. Opportunity missed. Can Bunting... So can Dobie punish? Two legs away for Chris Dobie. Would be his 3rd Pro Tour title of the year if he can see this one to its conclusion. What has Bunting got left? He gave himself too much to do yesterday. He gave it a great go against Wessel Nyman, but ultimately left himself short. Will not want to do the same thing here. But again, Dobie has 6 starts for 265. We'll start 19s. Big fish left. I'm not sure how many he's been in. Let's have a look. Here's Dobie about to go fishing. Not this time. So 1, 2, 3. I make this his 4th final of the year. And we are now at match point to Hollywood. Chris Dobie has room to manoeuvre, or can Bunting reel off 5 legs on the spin? It would take some effort. But if anyone can, Bunting will go mental. So, match point, Dobie. 164 for Hollywood. Leaves 79. If anyone can, Shinder can. Yeah, what pressure can Bunting apply? Enough, but he would have liked more. So, 79. Dobie should get at least 1 championship dart. And he only needs 1 attempt. Hollywood, Chris Dobie is Players' Championship winner 25. Let's let the pictures catch up as Hollywood wins his 3rd title of the year. And he did it the unconventional way as well. He's gone the old 333, 20, and bullseye for Hollywood. Heartbreak for Bunting again in his 4th final. But it is the boy from Bedlington who bags the title. A lot of love for Chris Dobie in the chat room. Super stuff all around. Everyone, thank you very, very much. Unconventional Luke Littler route. Thank you very much, everyone, for your continued support here of the channel. If you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. We will be back tomorrow. Maybe a little bit different feel to the show, as in how it looks on screen, depending on what I can get set up. But we have been Online Darts. I've been Phil Bars, and we'll see you all very, very soon.